The case of Isaac Apodaca centers on the October 2022 death of 21-year-old Grace Jennings in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Prosecutors allege that Isaac Apodaca and his girlfriend, Kiara McCulley, planned and carried out Jennings' murder after luring her to their residence. Prosecution has relied on witness testimony, digital communications, internet search history, and forensic evidence to support their case. The defense challenges both the interpretation and reliability of key evidence. As with every criminal case, Isaac Apodaca is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
During the course of the day, please let the bailiff or myself know. Ms. Murphy, who's your first witness?
Javier V. Hill, Your Honor.
Please face me and raise your right seat.
Good morning.
Start by stating your name for the record and spelling it for us, please.
Yes, my name is Javier V. Hill, spelling of the first name Javier, last name Vigil.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm currently employed by the City of Santa Fe Police Department as a sergeant.
Let's talk about your background and training and experience. I assume you graduated high school?
I did, yes, locally from Pocket Valley High School.
After you graduated from high school, what did you do?
I immediately went into the United States Marine Corps. I went in and enlisted. My enlistment started in 2011. During that enlistment, my primary occupation was a military police officer. So in 2011, I became a certified military police officer and attended their police academy. And then I concluded my enlistment with an honorable discharge in 2015.
Did you deploy at all during your time in the United States Marine Corps?
Yes, I did. In 2012, I deployed to Afghanistan.
Thank you. What's your educational background after high school?
After high school, after I was employed with the Santa Fe Police Department for a few years, I recently concluded my bachelor's degree in criminal justice in 2025. And then I carried on to recently complete my master's degree in management, and I was conferred in April of 2026.
After leaving or being honorably discharged from the United States Marine Corps in 2015?
2015, yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I sought employment and was able to secure employment with the Santa Fe Police Department, my current employer, and I was hired as a patrol officer in late 2015, early 2016.
As part of becoming a Santa Fe Police Department patrol officer, did you undergo any sort of training or academy?
Yes, I did. My pathway was a little bit unique as far as becoming certified as a New Mexico police officer. I attended what's called a certify by waiver training. And what that essentially means is that I did not have to attend a full police law enforcement academy because I already had law enforcement experience through the United States Marine Corps. So I attended, it was an approximately 3-week training that primarily consisted of learning how local state laws and statutes and city ordinances work, particular to the city of Santa Fe and the state of New Mexico.
Thank you. How long were you on patrol once you joined the Santa Fe Police Department?
I served as a patrol officer from approximately late 2015 to 2020.
Okay. And after being on patrol for approximately 5 years, what did you do?
I tested and was selected and promoted to the rank of detective. I served a short period of time, about 4 months, in the property crimes unit, and then I transferred into the violent crimes unit around the same period of time, around 2020.
After testing and applying and being accepted as a detective, what, if any, training did you get in investigations?
Investigations, like a lot of law enforcement, your training is constant. There's always something new to learn. Laws are always changing, and there's always self-improvement that could be had through training. So particular to a detective, virtually all detectives, at least in my experience in the Santa Fe Police Department, we will attend some sort of a basic investigator certification. I did that in 2021. And then moving into the violent crimes unit, because we do have the tendency to work cases such as this one, homicides, violent felonies. I had the privilege of attending a couple different homicide investigation courses. One was in Littleton, Colorado. It was a 36-hour course. That was more of a basic homicide investigation course. And then in early 2023, I attended an advanced homicide investigation course in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Additional to that and relevant to this case, I've attended an interview training as well as a mobile device investigations training.
The jury has heard that your title is now sergeant. When did you promote from detective to sergeant?
I tested and promoted to sergeant out of the violent crimes unit in April of 2024. When you promote to sergeant, at least in our agency, you go back to the patrol division. You'll serve as a patrol sergeant until you could stay there until you promote to lieutenant. What I recently completed, I tested and was moved back into the investigations division as a detective sergeant. That was about 3 months ago. So now I'm a supervisor in our criminal investigation section.
And so it's your job to supervise detectives, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you part of any other extracurricular aspects of your agency? Do you do anything outside of your role as sergeant?
Yeah, specialty wise, I joined our Department of Special Weapons and Tactics team, SWAT, in 2017 approximately. I've maintained that and continued as part of our SWAT team. I still currently am. I became the SWAT commander about 3 years ago.
Thank you. What was your rank and what unit were you assigned to in October of 2022?
On that date and time, I was assigned to the violent crimes unit.
Sergeant Vigil, what is your role in this case?
My role in this case, I am the case agent of the case.
What does that mean to be the case agent?
Well, the case agent has accountability for the full case. Basically, all the investigative decisions or the main investigative decisions funnel through the case agent. So this includes, but is not limited to, conducting interviews, completing various search warrants, ensuring that relevant evidence is maybe sent for DNA, latent prints, various examinations. In a number of words, it's to do your due diligence, to do everything reasonably possible to ensure that the case is investigated thoroughly.
Do you do every single step of the investigation yourself, or do you work with your colleagues?
No, I do not. So part of the violent crimes unit, there's a number of us assigned to the unit, and we, I'd like to think of us, or when I was part of that unit, we would be a team. As you can imagine, these cases can be quite complex, and some of the investigation is time sensitive. So especially when there's a homicide or a major case, we will lean on each other and ask for help and delegate different tasks. But it is the case agent's ultimate responsibility to make sure that these tasks are completed correctly and thoroughly.
Thank you. Let's turn to this case. When were you assigned or notified that you would be assigned the homicide case involving Grace Jennings?
Well, on that day, October 29, 2022, it was my day off, and I had been activated for a unrelated incident, a SWAT situation that had concluded just before this incident had occurred. I was getting ready to go home for the day, and I was contacted from my supervisor at that time, Sergeant Lisa Chaplin, and she informed me that a possible homicide investigation had occurred at the address of 5941 Jaguar Drive, and she asked if I would be willing to voluntarily go out there and start the investigation.
And did you do so?
I did so, yes.
All right. So once it was assigned to you to start the investigation, where did you go or what did you do?
Well, I felt the best thing I could do was go directly to the scene. I'm more of a visual person, so I wanted to go over there and get kind of a lay of the land, so to speak, and see what was happening. When I arrived on scene, I met with the sergeant on scene at the time, Sergeant Roberto Rodriguez, who is now a lieutenant with our agency. I kind of got a brief and a background of him, of what had allegedly transpired. I learned that a deceased body had been located within a detached garage on the property, 5941 Jaguar Drive. I came to learn that the body of the deceased was Miss Grace Jennings later on. While I was on scene, I noticed that patrol officers had secured the scene. And when I say secured, that can mean a number of things, but essentially what happened was they put crime scene tape around the crime scene to preserve it pending a search warrant so that we would have the legal authority to go in there and process and examine the scene. So I did a walk around of the scene, ensured that a crime scene had been established, and then I learned that that at least 2 people had been taken back to the Santa Fe Police Department pending interviews.
Who were at least 2 of those people that had been taken to the Santa Fe Police Department for interviews?
Mr. Isaac Apodaca, the defendant in this case, who's currently in the courtroom, sitting at the defendant table wearing a black jacket and a red or maroon tie. as well as Miss Kiara McCulley, who I was told at the time was a possible suspect.
Okay. And you beat me to it. Can you go ahead and let me know if Isaac Apodaca is present in the courtroom? And since you've already identified him, could you just point to his general location?
He's right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness identified Mr. Apodaca?
He has.
Thank you. Okay. So after walking the perimeter and getting briefed, what did you do?
I proceeded back to the Santa Fe Police Department. I knew at this time that two critical things needed to happen. One, a search warrant for the address needed to be completed, and the interviews needed to be completed of Mr. Apodaca and Mrs. McCulley. I delegated the completion of the search warrant of the property to not a violent crimes detective, but he was a detective that was on call at the time. He gave testimony earlier this week, Detective Jared O'Leary. He was tasked with or delegated to complete the search warrant of the property so that I could focus on any necessary interviews at the police department.
Thank you. Prior to your interviews of Isaac Apodaca and Kiara McCulley, was there anyone else that you encountered?
Yes, there was. The victim's mother was at the police department. Putting myself in her shoes, I have children. I felt she deserved to know as soon as possible that her daughter had been found deceased. So I met with her very briefly at the police department to unfortunately give her the bad news. And then just to get a little bit of background on who everyone was. I wanted to know if she had any knowledge of who Mr. Apodaca was, who Miss Kiara McCulley was, what their relationship was, how they knew her daughter. And the reasoning for this was so that when I went into my interviews with Mr. Apodaca and Miss Kiara McCulley, that I would have a little bit more of a contextual background as to what was going on.
Who ultimately interviewed Isaac Apodaca?
I did.
Was there anyone else present with you?
There was Detective Mariah Gonzalez. She's no longer with our agency, but she was present for that interview. She was very new to the unit. It was maybe her first or second week in the unit. So she sat in on the interview purely as a spectating / training, learning viewpoint. I do not recall her asking any questions during the interview.
Where at the Santa Fe Police Department was this interview conducted?
The interview was conducted upstairs on our second story. We have a interview room, in our criminal investigation section that is recorded with both audio and visual.
Do you recall approximately what time you began your interview of Isaac Apodaca?
Yeah, it was approximately 2:41 p.m. in the afternoon.
And you were personally in the room with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice anything about his appearance or demeanor?
Yeah, he seemed nervous, which isn't abnormal for anyone, going through a situation like this or being interviewed by police. He was calm, but nervous, but he did seem coherent. He was speaking to me clearly. I did not observe any indicators of him being impaired, either by narcotics or by alcohol. Yeah.
Prior to the interview, did you take him anywhere else in the building?
Yes, before the interview, and because our interviews can sometimes become lengthy, I would make it a practice to ask anyone I would interview, hey, do you need the restroom? Do you need a drink of water? I believe I took Mr. Apodaca to get a drink of water before the interview.
What was the first step in your interview?
The first step of the interview, especially because there was so much unknown within the investigation, I felt that it would be wise to advise Mr. Apodaca of his constitutional Miranda rights. At this point, I did not suspect Mr. Apodaca of being a suspect, but just in case there was something that would come up that I maybe wouldn't know, I didn't want to interrupt our interview process, so I felt it would be appropriate in this part of the investigation to advise him of his constitutional rights.
Did you utilize any documents while you Mirandized Isaac Apodaca?
Yes, I did. At the Santa Fe Police Department, we have a form. It's called an advisement of constitutional rights forms, or an advisement of Miranda rights, something to that effect. And it lists out all of your constitutional rights one by one. It very clearly and articulately states them. And then there are areas for the person you are reviewing the rights with to initial that they understand every single one. And the purpose of this document is to make sure that the rights are very clearly explained to the person you're explaining them to, but also to ensure that they understand them.
Thank you. Did you preserve the Miranda form or advisement of rights form that you utilized and Mr. Apodaca signed?
Yes, I did. After it was signed and after the interview, I submitted it into evidence at the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. Did you alter or tamper with that document in any way?
No.
And we can review that document in a little bit. You've mentioned that your interview was recorded.
Yes.
Were you wearing your department-issued body-worn camera during your interview with Mr. Apodaca?
I had it on my person. I detached it from my person and I set it aside on the table so that it had a better view of Mr. Apodaca.
Was it operational on that date?
Yes, it was.
Did it capture video and audio of your interview with Mr. Apodaca?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And did you record all of your interactions with Mr. Apodaca?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you do with the footage from your body-worn camera from your interview with Mr. Apodaca?
I docked my body-worn camera and then it uploaded to our Axon evidence database system.
What do you mean you docked it?
I docked it. We have docking stations or areas. Think of it as like an area where you can take our body cam device and you can plug it in. And then when you plug it in, it transfers any recorded data onto our cloud's Axon system so that the evidence or whatever has been recorded can be preserved. Simultaneously, the devices get any firmware updates or software updates so that they stay operating accordingly.
And did you alter or tamper with that footage in any way?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the body-worn camera footage that we were just speaking to of the interview with Mr. Isaac Apodaca.
And how do you know that's what's contained on this disc?
I just reviewed it earlier now before and signed and dated it with today's date.
Other than some redactions that have been agreed upon between the parties, does this disc fairly and accurately represent the video and audio footage that you personally observed and heard in real life?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 86.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
86 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
So, Sergeant Vigil, how many clips are contained on State's Exhibit 86?
There's 3 separate clips.
And if I could just ask for IT's help, I think it's easier to publish this off the drive. It'll have less lag. Let's begin with clip number 1.
Okay. So kind of going back to last night, to yesterday, you guys are all hanging out. You, Kiara, Grace.
If I could have IT approach one more.
Yes. Come on.
Okay. So, Sergeant Vigil, we're actually going to pivot for a moment, move on past your interview while we just edit some things. Let's talk about, or grab some more footage. Let's talk about the Miranda waiver and some other items that you utilized during your interview. You mentioned that you did Mirandize Isaac Apodaca.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you, other than tagging the Miranda form, did you utilize any other forms during the course of your interview?
Yes, I did. We completed a cell phone consent to search form. This is the form where you essentially take down the information from a mobile device to include the IMEI number, any serial numbers, the description of the phone, and then you get written consent, if willingly and voluntarily given, from the owner of the device to extract the device from the cell phone.
And during the course of your interview with Mr. Apodaca, did you receive consent to go through his phone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive that phone from?
I received that phone from Officer Caesar Ornelas.
Yes.
May I approach this?
You may.
Sergeant Vigil, I'm approaching with what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit. I'm going to ask you to examine it and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 80?
Its description is an advice/waiver of constitutional rights, and I can see that it has 2 different points of seals. The top one I recognize as my own from my sloppy handwriting, JJV 11-2-22, and then the bottom one is also initialed and dated 6/26/25, completed by someone else. I believe the initials are CV.
What does 11-2 represent? Your seal?
That's the date when I sealed it.
And again, you did not alter or tamper item at all before you tagged it into evidence?
No, I did not.
At this time, I'd move to fully admit this.
Any objection to 80?
No objection, Your Honor.
80 is admitted.
I'd ask that the witness be able to utilize the.
Does this have any biological material?
It does not. Thank you. Ma'am, do you care where I open this from? Do you want me to create a new cut on top?
If that's in accordance with your department's SOPs.
Okay. Okay.
And what document or documents was contained in State's Exhibit 80?
This is the document that we had just described and explained. It's an advised/waiver of constitutional rights, a form from the Santa Fe Police Department. And would you like me to read through it?
If you'll just hit the basic points.
Yep, it essentially outlines who is conducting the interview. My name is listed up at the top, Detective Javier Vigil. And then it appears to have the initials of Isaac Apodaca through each of his constitutional rights, as well as the case number pertaining to this incident, the date that this was completed, which was October 29, 2022. And then this appears to be the signature of Mr. Isaac Apodaca, dated October 29, 2022, timed at 3:46 p.m. And then my signature at the bottom, along with Detective Mariah Gonzalez's signature at the bottom.
And is this the actual form that Mr. Apodaca signed and initialed in front of you during your interview?
Yes, this is the original.
Your Honor, move to publish using.
Yes, yes.
And then if I can clarify something, I believe I told you earlier that the interview started around 2:40 p.m. I was mistaken. It was 3:40 p.m.
And we see that time noted toward the bottom of the document, is that correct?
Yes, the 3:46.
And it says on toward the bottom of the document, signature of parent if a juvenile, and next to that is NA. What does that stand for?
Not applicable because the defendant in this case was not a juvenile.
May I approach?
Yes.
Hand this back to you, Sergeant Vigil. I'll just ask that you place it back into the.
Yes. Thank you.
You asked Mr. Apodaca for you.
Yes, I did. During our interview, Mr. Apodaca described to me the layout of the address where the incident occurred, 5941 Jaguar Drive. And he also described several bladed weapons that were on scene. This included a sword, which you all saw earlier, a dagger, which you all saw earlier, as well as what he described as a butterfly knife, which, to my knowledge, was never recovered or observed at the scene.
Did you preserve those drawings that Mr. Apodaca made during the course of your interview?
Yes, I did. Just like the advisement of constitutional rights, it was submitted into evidence.
Did you alter or tamper with those documents in any way?
No, I did not.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Vigil, approaching you with conditionally admitted as State's Exhibit 79. I'll have you examine it. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, the description on this says drawings completed by Mr. Isaac Apodaca. It shows that it was collected by myself on October 29, 2022. It has the case number associated to this incident. On the top, I can see my sloppy handwriting, initials and date, JJV 11/2/2022. And on the bottom, there appears to be a secondary SIL, MJ or MT, maybe Maria Tena, dated 3/4/2026.
And you personally tagged those items?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit what's been previously conditionally admitted as State's Exhibit 79.
Any objection to 79?
Defense has no objection.
79 is admitted without objection.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Following the same procedure, Sergeant Vigil, I'd ask that you open those documents.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you you please arrange those documents in the order that you would prefer to discuss them?
Okay, they're arranged.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay.
How many sheets?
4.
Sergeant, let's begin with this first page that you placed on top. What's visible in this first page?
So as I had stated, this was the overhead drawing from that Mr. Isaac Apodaca completed, the overview of the incident location, 5941 Jaguar Drive. You can see the address there written on what appears to be an illustration of a building closest to what is written as Jaguar Drive. And then it shows the boundaries of the property, and then the other little square representing the dwelling on the top part of the paper labeled as garage. And then it appears as though Mr. Apodaca wrote where the TV is at, and that Grace and Kiara were inside of the garage. It's also signed and dated at the bottom. That appears to be either Mr. Apodaca's signature or initials, along with the date of 10/29/2022.
Let's go to the second document. What was the second document contained within the exhibit?
The second document was what Mr. Isaac Apodaca described as a sword that was there on scene and that was used during the incident. It was described as stainless steel with a black hilt and a black sheath, otherwise known as a scabbard. As you see in parentheses next to the stainless steel part, it's written battle ready. I was, and you'll see in the interview later on, I was advised that this meant that it was very sharp. Again, at the bottom, it's dated 10/29/2022 and appears to have Mr. Apodaca's either signature or initials.
Thank you. Let's go to the third document contained within the exhibit. What is this exhibit?
This exhibit was the dagger that the jury saw earlier this week. Same thing, stainless steel in parentheses with battle ready next to stainless steel. Again, as described by Mr. Apodaca, is meaning of a very sharp, or something to the effect of very sharp. A black guard was also used to describe it, as well as a brown handle. And again, on the bottom, we have the date of 10/29/22 and either Mr. Apodaca's signature or initials.
And this third document contained within State 79.
This was the described butterfly knife by Mr. Isaac Apodaca, described as having a black blade, black handle with, I'm not entirely sure what that says at the end, nor do I recall what he said that was. Again, it's dated at the bottom 10/29/22, and there is a signature and or initials from what appears to be from Mr. Isaac Apodaca. Again, this butterfly knife, I never came across it in my investigation physically when the scene was processed.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Peel, I just asked evidence.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Let's talk for a minute about your interview with Kiara McCulley. After your interview with Isaac Apodaca, were you able to interview anyone else at the Santa Fe Police Department station?
Yes, after I concluded my interview with Mr. Isaac Apodaca, I interviewed Ms. Kiara McCulley.
Did you Mirandize her?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you speak with her?
Yes, I did.
Without relaying anything that Ms. McCulley stated or said during her interview, can you please inform the jury what you noticed about Ms. McCulley's demeanor during the interview?
It was abnormal. She had little like twitches and unusual things that she would do while she would talk. Sometimes she would seem like she was talking to herself. Yeah, just a little bizarre and unusual.
Again, without saying anything she may have said during her interview, at any point did she show you anything on her body?
Yes, during the interview, she did show me some of the tattoos that she had on her arms and on her hands.
The jury's already heard that after your interview of Kiara, we know that she and Isaac were both photographed But was anyone else interviewed at the station that afternoon or evening?
Yes, Miss Lanny McCulley was interviewed at the police department. I did not conduct that interview myself. That was delegated to Detective Jared O'Leary.
Have you reviewed that interview or been briefed on it by Detective O'Leary?
Yes.
Okay. After your interview of Isaac and Kiara, that on October 29th, 2022, what were the next initial steps in your investigation?
A couple days after, I interviewed or spoke with again to the victim's mother, Roma, and then I did my own formal interview with Miss Lanny McCulley, or I'm sorry, not Lanny McCulley, the defendant's mother. Her name is slipping my memory right now.
Does Linda Montoya sound accurate?
That's the one, yes.
And what was the purpose of your interview with Grace's mother?
Just to gather more information from an investigative standpoint, figure out more how all the puzzle pieces fit together, and see if she had anything else relevant to the investigation.
And the purpose of your interview with Ms. Montoya and her family?
The exact same thing.
Let's discuss search warrants. How many search warrants did you obtain throughout the course of your investigation?
Approximately 15.
Okay. And I won't ask you to name all 15, but what categories or types of warrants did you obtain?
There were several cell phones involved in this investigation, so I did search warrants for all the cell phones involved. The only one that I did not do a search warrant for was for Lanny McCulley's cell phone. She gave written consent for that one. In regards to Mr. Apodaca and Mr. Kiara McCulley's cell phone, even though they had given consent to go through their phones, I went above and beyond and completed search warrants anyways, just to ensure there wouldn't be any issues with that from a legal standpoint moving forward. In addition to the cell phones, I completed search warrants for various social media accounts, namely the Facebook accounts, 2 for Kiara McCulley, 2 for Isaac Apodaca, and 1 for the victim, Miss Grace Jennings. I completed search warrants for 2 devices that were found on the scene, a tablet device as well as a computer device. And then I completed search warrants for the DNA standards of both Mr. Isaac Apodaca and Miss Kiara McCulley to be compared with any potential evidence that was maybe collected at the scene.
You mentioned social media warrants. What platform or company did you obtain social media warrants for?
Facebook, I believe, or around that time they're transferring to officially being referred to as Meta, but Facebook and or Meta.
Okay. Have you ever used Facebook yourself?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what features have you personally used on Facebook that allow you to be familiar with it?
Pretty much all of them. You can keep in touch with friends, look at different timelines, post stuff on your account for selected friends to see or the public to see. There is an associated communication application with Facebook, commonly referred to as Facebook Messenger. Through that platform, I've had personal experience communicating, sending messages through that, as well as making and receiving phone calls through that platform.
Describe kind of the experience of using Facebook Messenger to communicate with someone.
Facebook Messenger, for all intents and purposes, is just like sending a text message. You type a message in it and you can send it to one of your friends or to someone, and then you can get a response from it, but it's no different than text messaging. The phone call feature for Facebook Messenger, it's also similar to making a normal phone call. It's just with lack of having a designated phone number or having a cell phone company carrier.
So instead of calling a phone number, are you calling that person's account, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. As a member of law enforcement, do you have any tools available to you regarding Facebook or Meta?
Yes, Facebook/Meta has a what's referred to as a law enforcement portal. And this is an area within the Facebook website where law enforcement can go and make various requests, such as preservation requests, or submit search warrants or other forms of legal authority for Facebook to then review, and if legally sufficient, provide whatever information is being requested.
And What is the purpose of a Facebook preservation request?
A Facebook preservation request is something that we do very early on in this investigation. I believe I delegated Detective Richard Hildebrandt to do the Facebook preservations for this request. And what a Facebook preservation does is it's a document signed by a law enforcement professional or affiliate to send to Facebook and let them know that there's data on an account that we need them to save for us and not delete or not allow to be deleted. The reason for this is some social media platforms, maybe they erase data every so many days, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, that they don't have an abundance of data. Or maybe the user of the account may go and be able to delete information before we can access it. So it's our way of saying, hey, Facebook, we are going to be getting a search warrant for this data between these dates and these times. But for now, can you please just save it and not make sure it gets deleted or nothing happens to it so that we can access it at a later time?
And you stated that in your investigation, you identified how many Facebook accounts belonging to Isaac Apodaca?
2.
Okay, and what were the usernames for those accounts, if you recall?
If I recall correctly, one was just under his name, Isaac Apodaca, and then the second one was under the name Null Void, Null spelled with a K, so K-N-U-L-L.
And the last name? Second part of the username, I should say?
Yeah, Void, V as in Victor, O-I-D.
Did you obtain, after preserving, did you ultimately obtain search warrants for both of those accounts?
Yes, I did.
How did you determine that the Null Void account was related to Isaac Apodaca since it didn't have his name?
When I completed the search warrant for the first account of Isaac Apodaca under his name, there's a section within the records that shows related accounts that user might also have, and that's when I came across the account of Null Void and did a search warrant for that account.
Okay. As to the Facebook search warrant return for the Isaac Apodaca labeled account, what did you find as it relates to this case?
The one with his name on it, nothing of significant relevance.
Okay. Let's go back and give a little bit of context. During the course of your interview with Isaac Apodaca, you mentioned that you accessed his phone with his permission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you accessed his phone with his permission during your interview, what apps or accounts did you access on his phone?
His text messaging, his standard text messages, as well as his Facebook Messenger.
And our standard text messages, sometimes called SMS text messages?
That's correct, yes.
So when you were in his Facebook Messenger, were you able to review messages?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you review those with Mr. Apodaca?
Yes, I did during the interview.
Okay. And once you obtained these were physically on his device that you were able to review them?
Yes, they were.
Okay. When you obtained the search warrant return for the Null Void account, what did you observe in that account as it relates to messages?
The Null Void account messages were consistent with the messages that I observed on October 29, 2022 during the interview with Mr. Isaac Apodaca when we reviewed his phone together.
Okay. When you say consistent, what do you mean?
They were the same.
Okay.
Same time and date stamps, same messages, same everything.
And who was that account communicating with in the Facebook returns?
An account owned by Kiara McCulley.
Okay. And do you remember her username?
I believe it was Froggy.
And did you obtain a search warrant return or a search warrant for that account?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you received that return, what did you observe? What, if anything, did you observe in the messages as it relates to the ones that you observed in the Null Void account?
The same thing. They were all consistent. They were all the same messages. So to clarify, the messages that I looked at the day of the interview with Mr. Apodaca, with his consent when we were going through his phone, were the same ones, the same Facebook messages when I got back the search warrant returns for the accounts associated with Kiara McCulley and Mr. Isaac Apodaca. Also referred to with the usernames Null Void with Mr. Isaac Apodaca and Froggy for Miss Kiara McCulley. So everything was, as I said, consistent, the same.
Ms. Murphy, I need to interrupt you. We need a quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would go with the bailiff to the back, we'll bring you back out in just about 5 minutes.
All rise.
You may be seated in the courtroom. Counsel, would you approach, please? on the record outside the hearing presence of the jury. The juror is Ms. Lujan. Two things. One is I mentioned at the bench earlier that I had observed that she appeared to be nodding off a couple of times, 3 times since they've come back in. Also, the bailiff, when I asked who her name was, indicated that she had told him that she was in some type of an accident this weekend.
Oh.
So let's call her in and see how she's.
Do we know if she's seated or if she's an alternate?
What's that?
She's seated. She's right.
see.
I think she's like number 3.
She's juror number 2. Off the record. We're back on the. Hi. The reason I wanted to call you back in and talk to you, noticing that you seem to be having a hard staying awake. You nod off a couple of times and maybe even.
Yeah.
How are you doing today?
It's been stressful. I just got into
When did that?
12 o'clock on my way home.
So you haven't, on the way home from work, so you haven't been asleep? Have you been able to pay attention to what's happening in the testimony or having?
Yeah, I'm having a hard keeping my eyes open.
Those are the court's questions. Counsel,
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Apodaca, any questions?
Were you able to pay the testimony? Okay. Do you think the accident could affect to processing?
No, I'm just having issues. Like I didn't hit my head or anything. Just haven't slept.
And you weren't able to fall asleep?
No, well, I do take.
Any other questions?
No other question.
Thank you. We'll call you back in just a. She was seated number 3 on your list. She's juror number 2 on this. Concerns, issues, requests from the state.
Your Honor, I think it would be prudent to strike her at this time. She has not slept, which I think is very different than a prior juror who had like a temporary nod off. She said she did say she was having a hard time keeping her eyes open. We're very, very early on in the day. Obviously, she's not going to have sleep as the day goes on. There's not a reasonable expectation to prove for her physically. So I think it would be appropriate to remove her. She also was in a car accident midnight last night. The lack of sleep, the difficulty keeping.
On behalf of Mr.
Yeah, Judge, 1 second. She hasn't taken her methadone. That was kind of one of her last statements.
Yeah,
That's pretty concerning because if she doesn't take it at the same time, she'll get sick. Probably won't be able. I think at this point we're going to.
She'll be struck at this point in time. I'll give instructions to the bailiff to go ahead and release her, and then he'll walk around.
That brings up an issue about the alternates.
So alternate number 1 would become juror number 12, and that was the juror seated number 4. Okay? All right.
Let me just retrieve my next exhibit from the back room.
Go ahead. You can have a seat. We're off the right. May be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We continue in the state's case in chief. Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Vigil, we were talking about the Froggy Facebook account and the Null Void Facebook account. When you obtained the records for the Froggy account, Kiara McCulley's account, and the Null Void account that you determined to belong to Isaac Apodaca, did the messages in each of those accounts align with one another?
Yes, the messages align with each other. The ones between the 2 accounts were the same.
Thank you. And are those the same messages that you reviewed physically on Isaac Apodaca's phone during your interview with him?
Yes.
Okay. When you receive a search warrant return from Meta for Facebook account records, does that come with a certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regularly conducted activity?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And did you receive one of those certificates of authenticity for each of the accounts that you pulled?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it was it the Froggy McCullough account that, and the account identifier ended in 5266?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Please say in court as 85 and tell me if you recognize.
Yes, I do.
What is Exhibit 8?
It's the certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regularly conducted activity, signed by a Katie Newman. Her title is Custodian of Records. And this is a documentation that she certifies that the records from Meta platforms, aka Facebook, are authentic.
This time I moved at 85.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
85 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Does this contain the language that accompanied your Facebook return for the Kiara McCulley, aka Froggy McCullough, Facebook account?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and I see a very lengthy number. I'm going to use my pen to identify it. Can you just read those first four or the last four digits of that account identifier?
Yeah, the last four numerics of that account identifier are 5266.
Thank you. When you receive these search warrant returns, for Facebook messages, what time zone are the messages logged in?
The time zone those messages are logged in are UTC, otherwise known as Coordinated Universal Time.
Are you familiar with UTC or Coordinated Universal Time?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with UTC?
I had experience with UTC time through my time in the military, the United States Marine Corps, as well as explanation and exposure to it through a mobile device investigations class that I took.
Okay, and what is it?
Coordinated Universal Time, UTC time, is essentially a way for the entire world to all have one frame of reference for keeping track of time. So, as you all know, like here in New Mexico, we observe daylight savings, but some other states, they might not, which can create inconsistencies if we're all trying to be on the same page of time. Now, UTC time is commonly associated with GMT time, which is a Greenwich Mean Time. And all that basically means is that's where, at that location in Greenwich, England, is where the longitude is at 0. So they use that area, that rough area, as a point of reference for UTC time to be 0. Now, if you go laterally left or right of that area, you're either going positive UTC time or negative UTC time. Here in New Mexico, because of daylight savings, we are UTC time either -6 or -7, depending on the time of year.
And in October or on October 29th of 2022, would we have been -6 or -7?
We were -6 on that date and time.
Okay. And when we look at individuals' body cameras in the top right corner, we see a -6 next to the local time. Is that an indication of UTC time?
Yes.
Okay. When you receive messages from Facebook, those messages are in UTC time?
Correct.
So in order to kind of convert it to the local time, what do we have to do?
Subtract 6.
Okay. And are they in a 12-hour time format or a 24-hour or military time format?
A 24-hour time or military time format.
Okay. So going to make you do some math on the fly. If a record is noted at being sent or received at UTC or at 20 hours or 2000, what would that be in local time?
This is the part I was most nervous about, the math. 2000 is the equivalent of 8 p.m. So minus 6 hours off of that would put us at 2 p.m. or 1400 hours.
Okay. So subtract 6 and convert when necessary.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
If you will approach you with what's been marked as Exhibit 87, I'll ask that you take a look at it and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 87?
It's records of the Facebook account messages from Miss Kiara McCulley's account. I reviewed them today. This is my signature and today's date on it, 7/13 of 2022.
Depict exchange between the Froggy McCullough account and the null void account in the October 28th to October 29th timeframe as it relates to this case.
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 87.
Any objection to 87?
No objection from defense.
87 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I'll be publishing off of the hard drive.
Well, she sets it up, ladies and gentlemen. The reason we do it this way is there's less lag on the hard drive than what's on the disk, but the information has been verified to be the same.
Just zoom up a little bit. And Your Honor, if the court would inquire whether the jurors can see that text at that zoom level on their monitors.
Can you read that from?
Okay, so,
If you need to move a clearer view, it's also up on the large monitor. Go ahead, Counsel.
thank you. Let's just orient the jury to a few things before we begin reading the text themselves. At the top of the page in a blue box, what information do you see?
It says Meta Platforms Business Record, page 32.
Okay. And under the author section of the records, who's listed as the author?
For the first message, it has Froggy McCulley, and the user ID is last 4 of 5266.
So does that mean that these are messages that you've pulled from the Froggy McCulley account?
Yes.
Okay. And down a little ways, we see a third message with an author listed as null void. Do you see that?
I do.
And can you just read for the jury the last 4 digits of that Facebook identifier?
8199.
Did you receive those the messages as they were in the null void account, 8199?
Yes.
Okay. And were those messages the exact same as the ones in the Froggy McCulley account?
Yes.
Okay. So starting with these messages, we won't read every single one, understanding that the jury will have the opportunity to. What was the date and time that the first message was sent? I'll first have you read it in UTC, and then I'll make you do some math on the fly.
Yeah, UTC time for this one was dated 2022, 10/29, 05, 4, 8, and 12 seconds of UTC time. That's 5 a.m. in the morning. If we subtract 6 from that, don't quote my math on it, but I believe that would put us at 23, 48 hours and 12 seconds, otherwise known as 11:48 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
And what does that first message say?
Have her drop off her shot and the cat, then go to the park. My mom is up. ATM, I need a quick escape. I'm going to go to the porch. Avoid the porch.
Then the next message?
Did y'all just get to the garage?
And I should clarify, is this conversation exclusively between the Froggy McCulley and the null void accounts?
Yes, from what I can interpret, yes.
Okay. And so after the Froggy McCulley account asks, did y'all just get to the garage, what does null void respond?
Stay in the back room.
Okay. And what did they say back?
Froggy McCullough replies back, I'm already on the porch with the door locked.
In the course of your investigation, in particular your interview with Isaac Apodaca, did Isaac tell you the time that Grace arrived at 5941 Jaguar?
I'd probably have to refer to my my report to see more of a definite time on that. I know an approximation offhand.
What's the approximation?
Between about around 2300 hours or 11 p.m. on October 28th, 2022.
And when we do the UTC conversion from 5:48 a.m. on October 29th and we subtract 6, does that change the date as well?
Yes, it does. It brings it to the day before.
Okay, so these messages would have started at approximately 11:48 p.m. on October 28th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Sorry, when I cast to the second monitor, it is glitchy. Going to this next message at 5:57 UTC, which would be just before midnight. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what does the Froggy McCulley account say?
What's going on? I'm thinking to head to the park.
And at 5:58, what does Froggy McCulley say?
The one after null void, the 558 one says, I'll LYK, which I believe means let you know. When I get there, then you head there.
And what does null void respond?
I'll head there shortly.
And what does Froggy McCulley respond?
She's with you, yes?
And what does null void state?
Yes.
And then null void again at 6:04 UTC?
We are talking, but we will head there shortly.
And then Froggy's next response?
In the body of it is some kind of like an image or something like that.
So when we see those two little square type brackets, what does that mean in terms of what you were able to see in the messages on the phone?
From my investigation, I learned to see that means it's like some kind of emoji or some kind of picture or something that was sent that isn't encapsulated on this particular record.
Do you recall the type of emoji that the Froggy McCulley would most frequently use in this context?
Yeah, it was like some kind of like dog or something like that.
Or did she ever use a mushroom?
Yeah, she'd use a mushroom as well, yeah.
And is that something you discussed with Isaac Apodaca?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so what does Froggy McCulley then say after she sends some sort of emoji?
I'm sitting at the table. Make it seem as though you promised to meet with a friend.
Going to page 33, what does Froggy McCulley say then?
I'm going to call you and act like you almost forgot.
And then it appears there's another emoji.
Correct.
And what after that at 6:12?
Maybe I should just come home and scare her. And then she says, I'm bored right now. And then she says, should I just come home and go into my room and freak her the fuck out?
Yes. Wait. You may continue.
Thank you. So after the message stating, should I just come home and go into my room and freak her the fuck out, what did the null void account respond?
We'll come talk to her.
And what was the next message?
From Froggy, you're coming to me or I'm coming to you. And then should I keep reading them as you scroll through for sake of time?
Please.
Okay. Froggy then says, why should I bother talking to her? Null void responds, you come to me. I told her you want to talk to her and no arguing. Froggy then replies, I'm angry, hun. Null void states, I know, but it's better to reach a common sense of direction. Froggy then says, is the door unlocked? Froggy sends another message, I look like a monster, dude. Null void says, yes.
And I'll have you just slow down a little bit. Sorry,
Sure.
Gabrielle. So after Froggy McCulley says, I look like a monster, dude, what does the null void account respond?
Yes.
Going to page 34.
Froggy says, I don't have anything nice to say. And I'd like to note that now we're at 6:53 UTC time, which would be past midnight. So 12:53 a.m. on October 29th, 2022. Null void states, I know, but be kind with your words. Like when me and you talk, instead of violence, show compassion. Froggy appears to send some kind of emoji or a picture. Null void replies, you know what I mean, platypus. Null void then states, rar, rar. Froggy then says, get the conversation rolling, dude. I'm not feeling nice. Froggy then says, you're too nice to make me feel good, RN.
Are you familiar with text lingo?
Yes, I am. So RN, in my interpretation, is right now.
Okay.
Froggy then states, get her to talk.
And about how much time has gone by between the message from the Froggy account saying you're too nice to make me feel good right now to get her to talk?
It appears approximately 14 minutes. Froggy then states, not just fun stuff. Froggy sends another message stating, I have things I want to talk about, but she's not going to respond well. She's never been the one to listen. Froggy then says, get her to talk so I have somewhere I can butt in. Null void then responds, okay. Froggy then states, I want to play a couple songs, but I don't know how to talk. And then just to keep everyone on track with where we are on time, at 7:56 UTC time, backtracking that, we are now 1:56 in the morning.
And what does Froggy state at 1:56 in the morning?
I'm uncomfortable.
And going to page 35, what does the null void account respond?
Lay your head on me. Then Froggy replies, brat. Froggy sends another message that says, go in the house for a bit. Null void replies, what is going on, Puggy, Taki?
And let me stop you there. Puggy, was that a name or nickname that came up in the course of your interviews?
Yes, in the course of my interviews, I learned that that was a nickname that Mr. Isaac Apodaca would refer to Miss Kiara McCulley by.
Would he also use Puggle?
Yes. Froggy then states, trust me, just go inside for a bit, just say you need the bathroom. Null void, in his next at least 3 messages, appears to send some kind of emoji or picture. And then null void says, hey, can I come back? Froggy responds, I don't know, can you? LOL. LOL meaning laugh out loud. Froggy then appears to send some kind of emoji or a picture. Froggy says yes. Null void replies and says dagger because it's blunt.
And what time is this dagger because it's blunt message sent?
9:09:29 UTC time on the 29th. Backtracking that 6 hours would put us, don't quote my math, but 03:29, so 3:29 a.m. on October 29th, 2022.
And the null void account sent this to Froggy McCulley.
Correct.
Okay, let me just scroll before I have you keep reading. Okay, after null void says dagger because it's blunt, what does Froggy McCulley respond?
Why is blunt better? Then null void replies, cuts like butter. Then Froggy states, just gonna stab the thought. Null void responds by saying yes. Froggy states, instant, or will it take long?
And what does null void respond?
Instant. And that's at 0930 UTC time, backtracking 0330 a.m. on the 29th.
Okay, and now going to this portion, at 9:31 and 5 seconds UTC, what does Froggy McCulley state?
She states, what do we do about the mess? Null void responds by saying, we burn it. I'll buy new blankets and bed. Froggy then says, but until we can, I love these sheets, and my favorite fuzzy blanket is here. Null void then replies by saying, I know. Froggy then says, just intense wash tomorrow. Hydrogen peroxide and ice waster will get it out. No.
Let me stop you for one moment.
Sure.
When you were reviewing these messages with Isaac Apodaca, did you ask him about this conversation regarding a cleanup?
Yes, I did.
And just briefly explain to the jury what Mr. Apodaca said this mess was going to refer to.
I wanted to know what he meant by that, and he referred to it as there was a poop on the bed, that someone had maybe defecated on the bed or an animal or something like that.
And in the course of the search warrants and the bedding that was collected in this case, to your knowledge, was there ever any feces documented in the bed?
No, there never was.
Okay. After the Froggy McCulley message about an intense wash tomorrow and hydrogen peroxide, what did null void respond?
He says yes, and then Froggy replies with, can you help this time?
And null void responds?
Yes, I am just waiting for you to make the first move. Then Froggy replies with, shall we wait till sleep? And then null void states, remember when you told me don't be a pussy when I kissed you?
And what time are these messages being sent?
That last one I just read was sent at 9:34 UTC time, converting to our local time on that date and time. That would have been 3:34 a.m. on October 29th, 2022.
How many seconds are there between the shall we wait till sleep text and the response of remember when you told me don't be a pussy when I kissed you message?
From this record here, there is 1 second that has transpired between those two messages that were sent.
Going to page 37, what does Froggy McCulley respond to the null void message?
She responds, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then she sends another message that says, brat.
And then at 9:34:54?
She says, Froggy account says, we will have to take care of the mess ASAP, as soon as possible after we finish. Null void replies by saying yes. And then Froggy replies and says, you're in charge of cleanup.
After the Froggy account says you're in charge of cleanup, what does null void respond?
Null void says, okay. And then Froggy says, I can't tell if she's falling asleep.
Okay.
And
And what does null void say?
null void says, it feel like her feet are on my side. And then Froggy says, I wish you'd make the first move for once. Null void then says, Puggle, remember, you'll move up the ranks plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first. Froggy says,
Just let me scroll 1 second.
sure.
So after the null void account states Puggle, and mentions moving up the ranks and perks in the black market, what does the Froggy McCulley account respond with?
How do I aim right?
And what does null void respond?
Just aim.
What does Froggy say?
Tell me when.
And what does null void say?
Okay, I'll give a count.
So going to page 38 of the records, which is 7 of the exhibit, what does null void then do?
Null void then sends a series of messages, 6 followed by 5. Froggy responds and says, I can't yet, dude. Then null void says 4. It appears to me as though there's a countdown happening. Froggy then says, I'm shaking, dude. Null void then says, I know, lose the nervous. Null void then says, Puggy. And then the Froggy account says, help me drive it through. And our current time at that last message is 0941 UTC time, which would convert over to 3:41 a.m. local time.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down before I have you keep reading anymore.
Okay.
What does Froggy McCullough respond with next at 9:42:02?
Anger me.
And what does Null Void respond?
I invited Brittany.
Okay.
Then Froggy says, that's annoying. Froggy then says, not angering. Null Void replies, oh. Then Froggy says, and if it goes wrong, then what?
9:44. What's noted?
It appears Null Void received a video chat with Otter, but missed that video chat. And then the next at least two messages appear to be Null Void sending two emojis or pictures. Actually, the next 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, several messages are Null Void sending some kind of picture or GIF or something to that effect. At one point, Froggy McCulley at 9:45 UTC time sends a question mark.
Okay. And then what does the Null Void account do?
Sends another series of the same unknown images.
And I think you mentioned previously when you reviewed his cell phone with him as the messages appear on the phone, were you able to see the emojis?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you preserve those images?
I did.
Okay. Talk about that. All right. What did, I can back up if I went a little too fast. Going from page 39 into page 40, at 9:45:48, what does the Froggy McCullough account state?
You're cute.
And what did Null Void reply?
How so? And then Froggy appears to send some kind of image that is captured on these records.
Okay. And can you just describe that image?
I don't know, a cat or I don't know, something.
A cartoon animal?
Yeah.
Okay. And so we'll go through was this image sent multiple times?
Yes.
Scrolling into page 43, has this image just kind of continually been sent?
It has. And as you're scrolling, it appears these are all still Froggy sending them.
We're now on page 47. Is that same message just being kind of continually sent?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We're now at page 53. Is that message just continually been sent throughout?
Yes.
Okay. And now going to page 54.
The Froggy account at 9:46 UTC time converted to local is 3:46 a.m. on October 29th, 2022. Froggy says LOL. Null Void replies by saying Fred.
What does Froggy McCullough then say at 9:46:56?
My leg is asleep and spasming. Null Void responds by saying, I know she is also shivering a lot and I'm ticklish, LMAO. LMAO meaning, I believe, laugh my ass off. Froggy then says, sorry.
During this time, did you learn from Isaac where everyone was located in the garage throughout the night?
Yes, I did.
Where were they?
They were all co-sleeping on the same bed. Isaac was sleeping at the foot of the bed.
And by sleeping, what do you mean? Do you mean sleeping or do you mean something different?
Laying on the bed, at the foot of the bed.
So after Froggy McCullough responds sorry at 9:48:04, what does she say at 9:49:49 UTC?
Anger me.
And what does Null Void respond?
Well, for one, you can't look at your face. And then Froggy replies, remind me of everything she's done. This could have already if you had done the OG plan. Null void then states at 9:52 UTC time, converted now to 3:52 a.m., October 29, 2022. She hurt you and had sold you into sex trade. Had you not flown out after the crash, she would have gone away with making you disappear. Froggy says, keep going. Null void replies by saying she is still lying. Looks like maybe some kind of image was sent there in that message. She is still lying about a lot, and she's not willing to admit that she is the biggest piece of shit. Froggy says, keep going. Null void says, she makes you feel horrible for your skin color and your beliefs. Null void then says, I'm going to pretend to sleep so it looks non-conspicuous.
In your interviews with Isaac and your review of the records in the case, did you become aware of who they were discussing in this conversation?
Yes, I did.
Who were they discussing?
The victim, Miss Grace Jennings.
So now at 9:58:35, what does Froggy McCulley say?
Help me. And then Null void responds and says, just do it. Froggy replies and says, be ready to grab her or a trash bag. Null void says, she is your list. Null void then says, if you can't do it, I'll place a unknown image on her for you to watch.
What does null void then say after saying they will place with an emoji on her for you to watch?
He says, want me to do that? Then Froggy says, this ends now.
And what time is this message sent of this ends now?
Now we're at 10:02 UTC time, converting to our local time. It would have been 4:02 a.m. in the morning on October 29, 2022.
And after she sends the this ends now message, what is the next message that is sent?
Froggy says, I getting sword. Then Null void appears to reply and say, I can get Christian to help and Chris.
What does Froggy say?
Froggy says, this ends now. Null void says, I know. Then at 10:04 UTC time, which translates to 4:04 a.m. Local time, Null void says, dagger, because the sword will need to be hidden. Null void sends another message that says she is awake. And then Froggy replies by saying IDK, which I believe means I don't know if I have the strength.
Have you paused while I scroll? Starting at 10:06:09 UTC, what does null void say?
Her phone screen is dim. And then Null void sends another message that says, also, if you can't do it, I'll have them do it, and it will still count as your first. I'll just rewrite the report and submit it to the black market heads. Froggy then says, I don't think the dagger will go through both hoodies. Null void then says, I'm willing to falsify your first.
Okay. And there is an image that comes through on this one after first. Can you tell what that image is?
That image appears to be a skull and a crossbones image.
Okay.
Then Froggy then says, let me do this.
And then what's the next message?
I'm using Zira.
And then what does null void say at 10:09:03?
And deposit your Bitcoin in your crypto wallet.
Okay. So what is the amount of time that transpires between Froggy McCulley saying that she's using Zira or Shira at 10:09:02 and null void responding and stating, and deposit your Bitcoin in your crypto wallet?
1 second.
Okay. What does Froggy McCulley then say?
Grab a knife now. And then going from page 56 to 57, it appears the Froggy account says, you're helping me end this. Null void then says, then end it. The Froggy account then says, I'm done waiting and playing nice. Help me now. Show me the ropes. Then the null void account replies, I am saying just swing and don't regret the aim. Null void sends another message that says, what is holding you back? Another message from null void says, type it.
Let me just scroll. What does Froggy McCulley respond at 10:19, 10 seconds?
Hope, period, love, period, bullshit, period.
And what does null void respond?
Well, at what percentage are they?
And Froggy?
IDK, which I believe means I don't know. Then null void replies by saying, you still love her? Null void then says, you have hope in her? Null void sends another message that says, and you're tired of the bullshit she put you through? Then at 10:20,
What does Froggy then respond with at 10:24:28?
I want to break her heart. She hurt me more while you were out. Null void replies and says, how? And then null void sends another message between page 57 and 58, which says, then target Jackson.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn of somebody named Jackson?
Yes, I did.
And what was the relationship or prior relationship between Grace and Jackson prior to this night?
I can't recall at this time.
At 10:26 and 0 seconds, what does Froggy McCulley say to null void?
Once it's done, there's no one doing it.
And what does null void say?
Okay. Null void then says, want the barn? Because you'll get to have a lot of fun with your hunt. Null void sends another message that says, and the screams cannot be heard, soundproof walls. Null void then says, middle of nowhere. And then Froggy says, I need this done now. I need that push.
I want to talk briefly about the term the barn. Did that come up anywhere on any other devices in the course of your investigation?
Yes, it did.
Where did that term appear on in the course of your investigation?
During my investigation, I received a Cellbrite report, a data report of Mr. Isaac Apodaca's cell phone. This extraction and report was completed by Detective Ryan Romero, whose testimony you all heard earlier in the course of this trial. And within that extraction, that Cellbrite extraction, which I reviewed, there were some Google searches referencing the barn.
And that was on Isaac Apodaca's cell phone?
That's correct.
After null void states middle of nowhere at 10:38:56, I think I may have had you read this already, but I apologize. What does Froggy McCulley respond at 10:38:57?
I need this done now. I need that push. And then the Froggy account says, but first I need to pee. The null void account responds pee. The Froggy account says, I'm so cold. The null void account replies, I know. Then the null void account states the following at 10:40 UTC time, which translates to 4:40 a.m. local time. If you want the barn situated right with your tools, just say yes. The Froggy account replies, please help me now. The null void account says, you can do it, Abby. And then the null void account says, Durga.
During the course of your investigation, did you hear any other references to the concept of Abby?
Yes, during my interview of Miss Kiara McCulley, she referenced one of her personalities, and she described it as having the name Abby.
Going now to page 59, what does null void state at 10:44:18?
Null void states, Puggle, if you want me set the barn up, I'll be going Wednesday.
And Froggy responds,
Now. Null void then replies, text. Froggy then replies, I just wish my blankets weren't in the way, and her cats.
and in terms of texting, so these are obviously from Facebook Messenger, correct?
Correct.
Were SMS text messages used in the course of this evening as well?
Yes, they were. In that same Cellbrite phone extraction report of Mr. Isaac Apodaca's phone, I also came across relevant text messages from this night.
Okay, and those are contained in a Cellbrite report that we'll talk about in a little while.
That's correct.
Going to 10:47:54.
How did she hurt you, Puggy? That's from Null Void. And then Null Void sends another message that says, your DID is kicking up. In one of the interviews I had with Miss Kiara McCulley, she explained to me that DID to her is, don't quote me on it, but some kind of personality disorder that I'm not familiar with.
At 10:49:44, what does null void say?
Just stop, we'll do the barn for you.
And then at 10:50?
You'll also get paid there. And then Froggy responds, can you get hard? Null Void replies, maybe. Then the Froggy account responds, fuck her. And then another message from the Froggy account states, or hold her down flat on her back for me. Then between page 59 and page 60, the Null Void account states, is she wearing pants? Or, and then 2 question marks. The Froggy account then says, shorts. The Null Void account responds back. The body of that message says, Otter unsent a message.
Do you know under what nickname or shorthand Isaac Apodaca was saved or referred to in Kiara's accounts?
It was Otter, that one that's referenced there in that last message.
So that would be, Otter would be Isaac Apodaca, and Puggy or Puggle is Kiara McCulley?
That's correct. Null void then sends a message at 10:52 UTC time, which is the equivalent of 4:52 a.m. local time. Unders. Froggy then responds IDK, which I believe means I don't know. Froggy sends another message with says, I doubt it, TBH. I believe TBH means to be honest. The Froggy account sends another message with says, I want to scare her by popping a balloon by her ear. Null void responds and says, oh God, LMAO, which I believe means laugh my ass off. The Froggy account says, should I? The null void account says, maybe. The Froggy account then replies, this isn't helping. The null void account responds, what? The Froggy account responds, do something. And then the null void account says, let's give her false sense of security. I'll set the barn up. It is the hell tunnel. And that last message was sent at 10:57 UTC time, which is the equivalent to 4:57 a.m. local time.
And after null void, since that message, moving into page 61 of the records, what does null void then say?
Between page 60 and 61, the null void account says, I'm trying to figure this out. Would y'all be able to meet me at the mall tomorrow after 8? I'll do it. The Froggy account at 11:13 UTC time, which is the equivalent of 5:13 a.m. local time, says she's fake sleeping. The null void account responds yes. And then the null void account sends an additional message which states, I am going to take her elsewhere, so be ready Wednesday around 1 p.m. The Froggy account responds by saying CPTSD episode. The null void account then says, close your eyes, this is not good for you, put on rain sounds. The Froggy account then says, if she's faking, make it seem like we're fighting and fake hurt me. The Froggy account then says, the episode is real, bit used to advantages. The null void account, if you can scroll down more, then says at 11:24 UTC time, the equivalent of 5:24 a.m. local time, says CPDSD will make you flip out. I can actually give you a stroke because when it flares, you twitch. The Froggy account responds, it's okay, trust me. The null void account says, you will lose mobility to your right side of your body. The Froggy account says, I'll be okay. Another message from the Froggy account at 11:25 UTC time says, let's do this and have her get hurt in the process. The null void account says, how does she get hurt? In between page 61 and page 62 of the record, the Froggy account says at 11:26 UTC time, bring out the knife and miss me. The Froggy account says, not yet.
Okay, scroll.
At 11:28 UTC time, that's the equivalent of 5:28 a.m. The Froggy account says, put the knife away. The Froggy account then says, or go through with it. The Froggy account then says, start fighting me. The Froggy account then says, start beating her, please. Another message from the Froggy account says, having her here is already a trigger. Then at 11:32 UTC time, converted is 5:32 a.m. our time. The Froggy account says, even hearing her name and seeing her face. The null void account responds and says, why don't you hit me while I fake sleep? The Froggy account says, make me a worse bad guy, no thanks. The null void account says, not really. The Froggy account says, just hurt her. The Froggy account sends another message that says, badly. The Froggy account at 11:33 UTC time, converted is 5:33 a.m. our time, says please. The null void account sends some kind of image or GIF that we can't see. And then the Froggy account sends a message at 11:34 UTC time that says, this sounds bad, but show me how much you love me. The Froggy account then sends a message that says, this is when your Hulk side can come out. The null void account then says, I know. The Froggy account replies, please. The null void account responds, I'm trying to figure out how to bring him out. At 11:35 UTC time, converted 5:35 a.m. our time, the Froggy account says, this is pointless, you won't do it, no matter how many opportunities you have. The null void count says, puggy. The Froggy account replies back, you don't love me, I get it. The Froggy account sends another message that says, no one does. The null void account says, hit me. At 11:36 UTC time, the Froggy account says, my right leg is out of commission. Another message from the Froggy account states, there goes the spasm again. The null void account then says, why is it a vibrator? The Froggy account says, LOL. And then between page six.
Let me stop you because there's
Sure.
a reference to a vibrator. There were no sex toys collected in this case.
Not that I ever was made aware of. As far as I know, in the processing of the scene, there was never a vibrator collected or any sex toys.
The mention of a vibrator in your review and discussions with Isaac, does that relate to the spasm that's purportedly going on here?
I'm not sure.
Going into page 64, what does Froggy McCulley say at 11:37:23 UTC?
Do something. And then the Froggy account says, ow. And then the Froggy account says, not to me, shithead. And then the null void account says, shithead, we fake fighting. The Froggy account says, it actually hurts though. The Froggy account at 11:38 UTC time, converted our time is 5:38 a.m., says, ow. Then the Froggy account says, my foot is literally up your ass. The null void account says, meep. The Froggy account replies and says, get out of the blanket and go full Hulk on her. Oh, too far.
Yep, sorry about that.
The Froggy account then says, owie. Another message from the Froggy account says, come over me, sit on me like when we fight. The null void account says, turn on rain sounds and start fake sleep kicking. The Froggy account replies, okay, there's a tear. The null void account at 11:41 UTC time says, what? The Froggy account then responds, owie. And then between page 64 to 65, we start with a message from Froggy that says, bring out Hulk, remember the anger from that night, feel it, but use it on her. The Froggy account then says, please. The Froggy account then says, stop with the socks, dude. The null void account replies and says, LOL. The Froggy account then says, voodoo. The null void account says, LOL. The null void account says, blanket moves. He's like, oh, playtime.
Did you learn the name of any of the cats that were in the garage in this case?
I did not that I can remember. The Froggy account says, I've got a voodoo on me. The null void account says, LOL.
Now I'd like to go to page 66. And it's obviously a bit blurry, but did you encounter this image contained on page 66 during your interview with Isaac Apodaca when you were reviewing the phone?
Yes, I did. When we were reviewing the phone together, we brought up this image. I couldn't quite make out what it was. I asked Mr. Apodaca what it was, and he told me that it was him laying across horizontally on the bed, kind of at the foot of the bed.
Okay. And are there any features that identify this as occurring in the garage?
Yes, if you look above where it appears Mr. Isaac Apodaca is laying, there's what appears to be a mask above him. That mask in that image was recovered and collected as evidence during the search warrant of the address of 5941 Jaguar Drive.
And in this image, can you just kind of orient the jury where Isaac Apodaca's face is in this image?
It's to the far right-hand side of the image, somewhat to the center right side.
And does there appear to be any sort of light or lighting underneath his face?
It appears to me as though there is some kind of illumination coming to the bottom left-hand chin side of his face.
Going now to page 67.
Page 67, the first message is from Froggy at 11:45 UTC time, converted back. This would be 5:45 in the morning. Our local time says, can you please finish this? The Froggy account then says, now. The Froggy account then says, ow. The Froggy account then says, I'm short.
Oops, sorry.
The null void account at 11:46 UTC time says, LOL Munchkin. LOL, I believe, meaning laugh out loud. The Froggy account then says, I want a smoky. The Froggy account then says, fucking clobro. The Froggy account then says, stop. The Froggy account then says, don't make me get you. The Froggy account then says, please do something about her. The Froggy account sends another message that says, now. The Froggy account sends another message at 11:45 UTC time, don't break me again.
Going to page 68, going into 68, what does null void say?
Null void says at 11:48 UTC time, get a cat and throw it over by her cats. The Froggy account replies and says, I can't reach them. The Froggy account then says, dude, just do something, hurt her or end this. The Froggy account then says, don't involve the cats. The null void account responds and says, the cat is a distraction. The Froggy account responds and says, I give up. There's no point in trying anymore. The null void account says at 11:52 UTC time, converted local time 5:52 a.m. Voodoo is pissing them off. Null void then appears to send some kind of emoji or a picture that we can't see. The Froggy account then says, yeah, you won't do anything and I physically can't. The Froggy account then states, you have no clue how much this hurts.
And what does null void respond at 11:54:33?
Null void responds, the list for you was made specifically for you. Froggy then responds at 11:54 UTC time, good night. Null void responds and says, I know it hurts, I just want you to do it so you can feel that rush of adrenaline. The Froggy account replies and says, I physically can't, I need fucking help, but no, you're just playing games. Then the Froggy account appears to send a message between page 68 and page 69 at 11:56 UTC time that says, I'm genuinely upset.
At 11:58:06 UTC, after the Froggy McCulley account says, I'm genuinely upset, what does the null void account respond with?
I'm not playing games. I'm wanting to see you do this. She hurt you the most, caused trauma. You're being asked to finish this. The null void account then sends an unknown GIF or image or emoji that we can't see. The Froggy account then says, I just need help. The Froggy account then says, you're doing nothing again. The null void account responds back and says, yes, I want to help, but I cannot aid you. I can coach you what to do. The null void account says, text me.
All right, and this time that where null void states text me, what time is this sent?
11:59 UTC time. If we convert that to local time, we're looking at 5:59 a.m. on October 29, 2022.
Right before 6 a.m.?
Right before 6 a.m.
Do you recall if there are text messages exchanged via SMS between the phones at around the 6 a.m. timeframe?
Yes, there are.
Okay. At 11:59:58, what does Froggy McCulley respond with?
Stand up for me for once. And then now we're at 6 in the morning local time. Froggy says, I feel like I'm going to vomit. And then Froggy sends another message that appears to be some kind of sticker.
And does this sticker continue on getting sent repeatedly for many, many pages?
It sure does.
Okay, I'll just scroll through those.
And as you're scrolling, I noticed that these are all being sent from the Froggy account.
Yes, thank you. So we're now scrolling past page 100. Has it still been the same sticker just being sent continuously?
It has same sticker, same sender, the Froggy account. We're still going, page 114, same sticker, same Froggy account.
We'll stop here at 118, at page 118. So on page 118, as they're notated in the Facebook records, which is page 87 of the document itself, what is the next, after the long series of those stickers being sent, what is the next message that's actually sent?
It's sent from the Froggy account. An important thing to know before we get into this next series of messages is that the time has changed, or it's gone up a bit. We're on October 29, 2022, 15:45 UTC time. Converting that back, that is, because that'll be 3:45 p.m. 10:45 a.m. in the morning. Is my math correct?
You're asking a lawyer to do math, which is even more dangerous. I think could it be at 9:45?
I believe 9:45, 10:45 a.m. in the morning.
Thank you.
Wake up, and then the Froggy account says what? The Froggy account says this one. It appears a couple hours later at 17:56 UTC time. We do more math here. That'd be the equivalent of 5:56 p.m. on the 29th. So going back to about 12:56. 11:56 or 12:56 on the 29th would be local conversion. Null void says, hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops. Null void says, for a breaking and entering. Froggy then says, hold up. Froggy then says, listen. Null void says, okay. Null void says, plan B. Froggy then says, just tell her she needs to leave. Null void says, follow my lead, my lady. That one, we're now at 18:06 UTC time, converted backwards. That'd be 6 p.m. back. So we're now at 12:06 p.m. Standard time.
And what does Froggy McCulley say at 18:06:54 UTC?
Just tell her to leave, dude. And then Froggy says, I'm in a mood. The null void account says, I did. And then the null void account between page 118 and 119 at 18:07 UTC time, which would be 12:07 p.m. Local time, says through Insta.
Let me, before we go on, do you know what Insta is short for?
I would believe it means Instagram.
And do you know how Isaac Apodaca and Grace Jennings communicated in the course of this case? What social media platform they used?
Through Instagram.
Right. At 18:07:30, what does Froggy McCulley say?
So now what? Null void responds by saying Operation Kickout, me following the call to the cops once at my family's. Froggy then says, how about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted? Null void responds, okay. Froggy states, show me what you sent her. Null void says, my plan.
And at this point, does the null void account transmit any screenshots from other conversations?
Yes, at this point, and I discovered this during the interview and physically going through the phone, at this point, a screenshot was shared showing messages between
Null void and Yumiko Jennings.
It appears 12:01 p.m.
Now going to page 121.
At 18:10 UTC time converted, that's 12:10 standard time or our time. Null void says it worked with Christian. Null void then says she is leaving at 3:30. The Froggy account then sends some kind of image or GIF or some kind of image or something that we can't see. The null void account then says 3:30. The null void account then sends some kind of image or GIF or sticker that we can't see. The Froggy account then sends some kind of image or GIF with the word still. The null void account at 18:12 UTC time converted, that'd be 12:12 p.m. our time, says, yeah, why don't you pop off, my little firecracker? The null void account then says, what would you like me to do? The Froggy account at 1814 UTC time, which is 12:14 p.m. our time, converted, says stab her. The Froggy account sends another message that says IDFK, which I believe means I don't give a fuck. I don't have the energy to do shit.
IDFK?
Yes. Or I don't fucking care. I'm sorry. Correction. I don't fucking care. The null void account then says, oops.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me just scroll up and look up where we were. Okay. On page, going from page 121 into 122, at 1815, what is sent from the null void account?
It says Otter sent a photo.
Scroll down to the image. All right. On page 123, what is that actual image?
It appears to be an image of a screenshot taken from a phone that has a notification from what appears to be the Instagram logo from a sender of Yumiko Jennings that states, why is she kicking you out and does she know I'm here? There are also some other miscellaneous notifications that don't seem to have relevance.
Going to 124, page 124 at 1815, after null void sends that screenshot containing the message from the Yumiko Jennings account. What does null void state?
Read what she sent.
Okay, and what does Froggy McCulley respond with?
Is she stupid?
And what does null void respond with?
Yes.
And then what does the null void account do next?
It says Otter sent a photo. Now, this appears to be a screenshot of the communications between the null void account and Yumiko Jennings. The conversation, the first two messages appear to be sent from the Yumiko Jennings account. The first one states, first of all, who second my mom can only come get me at 3:30. The next message says, why is she kicking you out and does she know I'm here? The null void account says, she is kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. The Yumiko account says, how? And then the response from null void is, she is right next to you. Now we have a message from...
Hold on just one second.
Sure.
So we're going to page 126 of the records, 95 of 99 on the document itself. And what does null void send at 1822:58 UTC?
It says Otter sent a photo.
Scrolling to the next page on 127, what was it a photo of?
It's a photo of what appears to be a screenshot from an account or a message thread that's with an individual referred to as Mama Love. And it appears to be the null void account sending a message to Mama Love saying, hey mom, can y'all pick me up? Followed by an image of a shark. Then there appears to be two audio calls that were made, but from the image, it appears that they were not answered. That was at 12:19 p.m. And then a final message on that screenshot that says, Mom.
Going to page 128, at the top, at 1824:16, what does null void say?
I am fake getting thrown out. The Froggy account then says, yep. The null void account then says, follow my lead, my lady.
And then starting at 1825:59, what is or what's the next message that's sent?
The next message sent from null void appears to be an unknown image or emoji or something that we can't see, followed by a response from the Froggy account that also appears to be an image or an emoji or sticker or something that we can't see.
At 1852 UTC time, what does Froggy McCulley say?
1852 or 1828?
I'm sorry, thank you, 1828.
At 1828, converted to our time, which would be 12:28 p.m., the Froggy account says, we can hear you. The null void account responds by saying, Puggle, they want me to spend what I have saved for the house. The Froggy account responds by saying, don't. The Froggy account then says, WTF. The null void account replies and says, I know not to, and I'm not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said, okay. The The Froggy account at 1842 UTC time translated to 12:42 p.m. local time says, "You heard that, right?" The null void account says, "Yeah." And then between page 128 and 129, it appears the null void account says, "Rune is legendary pink spotted Pokemon." The null void account then says, "Unless I ask your mom to give me a ride to Target and you do what is needed."
And let me stop you there after null void states the information about giving a ride to Target and you do what is needed. What does Froggy respond at 18:45:18 UTC?
Her mother is her backup ride.
And null void response.
Okay. Null void account then says, "Want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target?" And then another message from null void says, "So you can take my stuff into the back room." Null void sends another message that says, "And her mom and your mom don't get into it."
1848:28. What does null void say?
Yay or nay?
And what does Froggy McCulley respond at 1848:47?
Wait a bit though.
And null void's response?
Okay.
And null void's next message?
How long?
And then Froggy McCullough's next message.
Until there's a clue on when she's leaving.
And now let's talk about these last three messages. At 19:25:19, what does the null void account send to Froggy McCullough?
At 19:25:19 UTC time, converted to our local time, would be 1:25 p.m. on October 29th, 2022. The null void account says, "She admitted to me when she lived at those apartments."
Okay, and then at 19:25:43, what is the next message that null void sends?
And she was sober then?
And then going from page 129 into page 30, or excuse me, 130, what does null void state at 19:27:35?
She admitted to me also back when I first met her, calling you crazy.
And does that conclude these messages?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes. Counsel, come up, please.
So, Sergeant, I'd like to talk about now these social media or the social media messages as they relate to the Celebrite phone extractions from Isaac Apodaca's phone. You stated that you reviewed the Celebrite extractions in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and in going through those extractions, can you see the information that relates to the use of applications?
Yes.
Okay, and when you were in the extraction report for Isaac Apodaca's iPhone, were you able to see whether the Facebook Messenger application was used on Isaac Apodaca's phone during this relevant time period of October 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes, I could.
And are you able to generate a extraction or report that shows just the use of the Facebook Messenger application as it relates to that relevant time period?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant V. Hill, I'm approaching with what's been review it and if you recognize the.
Yes, I do.
And what is states?
It's a Cellbrite generated report documenting the data from Mr. Isaac Apodaca's phone, in particular the Facebook usage, such as the messages and the call history.
When you've reviewed
Yes, I have.
log entries portion of the extraction report fairly and accurately depict the data from the extraction demonstrating the Facebook application or Facebook Messenger application usage in the relevant time frame.
Yes, it does.
Does that information appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way since you've reviewed the information itself on the actual extraction?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit States Exhibit 88.
Any objection?
No objection from defense here.
88 is admitted.
Your Honor, we don't. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant V. Hill, I'm going to approach you with something that's been labeled as State Exhibit 89. Do you recognize State Exhibit 89?
Yes, I do. It's a copy of the Cellbrite report from the data extraction of Mr. Isaac Apodaca's cell phone, which I reviewed, signed and dated.
Redactions depict the information that was pulled from Isaac Apodaca's phone during the extraction.
Yes,
Okay. Are search terms contained on this report?
there are.
And are SMS text messages contained on this report?
There are.
Your Honor, other than the redactions that are noted for relevance, has this information been altered or tampered with in any way?
No.
Your Honor, this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 89.
Counsel,
Defense has no objection.
89 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
So I don't want to, we're not going to go through this entire 24-page document at this time. But I would like to, a couple of things. Would the court inquire whether the jury can view this text at this zoom level if I need to zoom more?
Can everyone see it? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so looking at this, this report, let's start with this first section. What is the first section contained on this report?
The first section, the timestamp shows the date of the incident, October 29th, 2022. This one seems to already have UTC time accounted for, so it's already been converted into into local time. That's why you see UTC-6 there, and it's showing a time of 4:46 and 57 seconds in the morning. The source shows from an iPhone, and it appears that the Safari application was used. Safari, I have knowledge and experience of that being a web searching tool commonly used on iPhones. And then the value is displayed as the barn.
And in the columns above that and to the right, there's a created and a modified date. What do those dates correspond to?
The created date is 12/13/2022, 10:59 and 5 seconds in AM. And the modified date is 12/13/2022, 10:59:05 AM.
And on what date was the extraction pulled from these phones?
On or around that time.
Okay, so this first series of searches on the phone under searched items 1, 2, 3, and 4, what is the search term that is utilized during those times?
The same search term. It's all the barn.
Okay, and are the timestamps different?
They are different, but they're all within, it appears, a couple seconds of each other.
Okay. And then now going to search terms conducted at, or search terms labeled, as 5, 6, and then the portion of 7 that's visible. What date and time were these these search terms utilized?
5, 6, and 7 all appear to have taken place on the date of the incident, October 29th, 2022. Number 5 in particular has a timestamp of 1:34 and 43 seconds PM, UTC time already accounted for. It appears to be another Safari internet search, and the value is how to dispose of a body.
Thank you. Yeah. And is that the same search term utilized in 6, 7, and 8?
Yes.
Okay. Going to 102922 or under item 10, what is the item 10?
Item 10 appears to be an outgoing phone call to the phone number 505-428-3700.
Do you know that number?
I'm familiar with this number. This is the non-emergency dispatch number for the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. And we heard a recording earlier on in this case where Mr. Apodaca had a conversation with dispatch. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that this call was made at 1:52:56?
Yes, and it had a duration of about 7 minutes, it appears.
Thank you. Going to scroll just to a couple of other things. Are some of the Facebook Messenger phone calls or are those visible in this portion of the Celebrite extraction?
They are. You could see number 15 right there appears to be an outgoing phone call to Mama Love, time stamped the date of the incident, October 29, 2022, 12:19 and 53 seconds PM. It was not answered, it appears.
Going down to number 19 in the call log, is there a time where there is a outgoing phone call not using the Messenger app from the phone itself in this time frame?
Yes, it appears number 19 reflects that. It's an outgoing call to phone number 505-316-4537. Through investigation, I learned this was Mr. Apodaca's mother's phone, Linda Montoya, I believe.
So as opposed to phone calls made in the Messenger app, is this a phone call to another phone?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Is there another phone call from that, or to that phone number, excuse me, and looking in the call log at 21 at 10205?
Yes, yes, there is.
And going to 14224 in the entry 24 in the call log, is there an outgoing call and a answered call at this time?
Yes, there is.
And to what number?
To the 1-505-316-4537 number, which is Mr. Apodaca's mother.
Okay. And at 25, there's a call log noted. Is this an incoming or outcoming call?
It says an incoming call, and again, that appears to be the number for our non-emergency dispatch number at the Santa Fe Police Department, and it appears the phone call was not answered.
One second while I get my glitchy arrow back down. There's just a few other things I'd like to ask you about. Here at entry number 28, are you able to see? What are you able to see?
Entry number 28 appears to be a source of dialogue on Instagram between the Yumiko Jennings profile and the Isaac Apodaca profile.
And we've already discussed these entries that also come up under web history. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going to the native messages on the phone, what are native messages?
Native messages are like what you referred to earlier, the SMS messages. So messages directly from one phone number to another phone number.
Okay. And in number 37, what does it indicate in terms of a message sent from this device, and who is it sent to?
It appears to be a native message outgoing sent to phone number 197-138-10111, which I learned through my investigation was Miss Kiara McCulley's phone number. And the outgoing message sent from Isaac's phone to Kiara's says in the body there, with the dagger, bring it up, turn flat south to north, and with hilt east to west.
What time was this message sent?
This message appears to be sent on the date of the incident, October 29, 2022, at 6:01 in the morning.
After that, logged in entry 38, is there an incoming message from the number that he'd been communicating with?
There is, from the number associated with Miss Kiara McCulley, and the incoming message says, I'll just hand it to you, dude.
In entry 39 in the messages derived from the phone, is there an outgoing call? I'm sorry, excuse me, an outgoing text message from Isaac's device to the number that you notably belonged to Kiara McCulley?
Yes, there is. And in the body of that message, it states, then turn it blade east to west, hilt north to south, and voila, she dead. It looks like a response message back from the phone number associated with Miss Kiara McCulley.
Let me just ask the quick question first.
Yes.
In entry number 40, is there a response message from that phone number back to Isaac's phone?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and what is the response from that individual?
I physically can't.
And number 41, is there another, apologize. In 41, is there another incoming message to Isaac Apodaca's phone?
Yes, there is.
And what does it state?
You already saw it and felt it.
42, is there an outgoing message?
Yes, there is.
And what's the message that's sent there?
6:03 a.m. It says, you need Abby to come out.
Okay. Is there then a response message that's incoming from the Kiara McCulley phone number at
Yes.
43 on these? And what was that?
She doesn't want to.
Going to go then to 46. Is there a message from the Kiara McCulley phone to the Isaac Apodaca phone?
Yes.
And what does that message say?
Do something.
Okay, and what time was that sent?
That was sent at 6:04 a.m. on October 29, 2022.
And what does the next message that's incoming to Isaac Apodaca's phone from the Kiara McCulley say?
It states about Grace.
And then what is the next message sent from the Kiara McCulley phone to the Isaac Apodaca phone?
Please.
Right. Going to entry 49, is that an incoming, was that an incoming or outgoing text?
It appears to be an outgoing text message.
Sent to?
The phone number associated with Miss Kiara McCulley.
And what was that message?
The message states, Puggle, I am wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy.
Okay. I know there's some other extraneous messages. All right, going to instant message or the category 56. What is this, an incoming or outgoing message?
It appears to be an incoming message.
Okay. And what does that message state?
I'm in a lot of physical pain as well as emotional.
And the next message at 57?
Do something.
What does Isaac Apodaca's phone respond with?
The outgoing message says, I feel that, just leave her, have rest.
At 6:13, logged as 59 in these messages, what is the next incoming message from the Kiara McCulley number?
I can't do anything and neither can you, so just get her out of my house.
At 6:15, what does the Kiara McCulley message text to Isaac Apodaca's phone?
It states, I want her gone for good.
And what does Isaac Apodaca respond with?
Okay.
And what is the next message from the Kiara McCulley cell phone?
For good.
And the next message from the Kiara McCulley cell phone?
Do something physically, please.
And the next message from the Kiara McCulley?
you won't, why do I even ask? Do I even try to ask?
Going past these. Understanding that the jury has the rest of these. Sorry, at 6:22:22, what is an outgoing message from the Isaac Apodaca phone?
The outgoing message states, Puggle.
And then the incoming message at 81 in the categories, but timestamps?
I'm going to sleep.
The incoming message to the phone from the from the Kiara McCulley phone logged at 83.
Do something.
And the outgoing logged at 84 at 6:31:04.
I'm trying.
The incoming at instant message category 90. At 6:33:29, what's the incoming to the phone from the Kiara McCulley phone?
Do something, damn it.
And the response?
I can't.
Why? And the next response from the Kiara McCulley phone?
Why not?
And the outgoing response to the Kiara McCulley phone at 93?
My lower half locked in hand.
At 6:36, logged in instant message 95. Is there an incoming message?
Yes.
And what does it say?
She's awake.
And an outgoing message from logged at 96 at 6:37:26. Back to Kiara McCulley's phone. What does it say?
She double tapped me.
Kiara McCulley's phone response at 97 at 6:37 is what?
Why?
And without translating what that might mean to you, what is the response from Isaac Apodaca's phone to Kiara McCulley's phone?
IDK.
And the incoming message from Kiara's phone?
Do something.
And the outgoing message from Isaac Apodaca's phone to Kiara McCulley's phone at 6:38:57?
I tried twice and locked.
Thank you. Then the next message from Kiara McCulley's phone incoming to Isaac Apodaca's phone at 6:39:31, logged as 101 on the categories.
Then talk to her. I don't fucking know.
Thank you. That concludes that evidence, or that piece of evidence, Your Honor.
Come on up. We're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. We'll continue with this witness after the lunch break. If you would be back at 1:30, again, meet the bailiff on the second floor. He'll bring you up and we'll get started. Leave your notes with the bailiff. Don't seek out any information. Don't speak to anyone about the case during the break.
All right.
You may be seated in the courtroom. Counsel, just to give you a heads up, I have a evidentiary hearing I have to do at 3 o'clock, and it's Google Meets, but it's from MDC. I don't know if you all are aware of the difficulties it is in getting time slots from MDC to be able to conduct video hearings. So as soon as they're on, I'm going to go ahead and break and do that hearing. We'll come back and we're going to continue with this witness on the stand. View the video if you haven't already viewed the redacted version. I'm assuming we're going to get to that after the rest of this portion.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone over the break. I'll have you back up here and continue, but you may step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're in recess and off the record. 1:30, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We need Mr. Apodaca dressed out about 20 after 1. And have him back up here. We're going to go on the record real quick. Is there a hard copy of Exhibit 80? There's a disc up here, but there's a printed out copy. Okay. Need to print one out. Monitor, there might have been one record where something was redacted in the body, but maybe in the heading, and so we print out a hard copy. It was toward the end. May be seated in the courtroom. Back on the record. Sergeant, if you come back up and take the stand, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3. And while we work on this, may I need to check something on our computer?
Anyone?
Oh, no. My co-counsel.
Let's go back on the record. We're back on the record. So we upgraded the sound and video system less than a year ago. And we've had a few interesting things happen since then. First time we heard that, though. We continue in the state's case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. Good afternoon, Sergeant Vigil.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I'd like to go to where we kind of began the morning, which is talking about the interview with Isaac Apodaca. And we discussed that you Mirandized him, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury, when you did the interview of Mr. Apodaca, did you have kind of a general framework or roadmap that you would follow for your approach to the interview?
Yes, my strategy was to gather as much information about the case as possible before going into the interview. And then I wanted to kind of leave an avenue open. And this was, after we went through Miranda and built a little bit of rapport. I wanted to leave the avenue open for Mr. Apodaca to tell me in his own words what happened, what occurred. And then I would ensure that I had all that information correct. And then with the rest of my interview, kind of fill in whatever details or whatever gray areas that were left in there or any other questions that I had. Ultimately, at the end of my strategy or my framework was to look for any inconsistencies or any areas that were unclear to me, and then approach those with Mr. Apodaca to get clarification as to exactly what he meant or why something did not appear accurate in certain points. Especially compared to some of the cell phone messages that came up.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that we swap out into the record the the original 86 with 86A, which fixes the extraction issue on the first recording.
Any objection?
Can we approach it?
Yes. 86A is admitted, so this is what will go back to the jury box, the deliberation room with you. 86 didn't, as you heard, have, when we started earlier, the opening piece, and so that's now been added to the open.
And before I play this, Sergeant Vigil, at times in these recordings, we may hear kind of a buzzing or a rattling sound. What is that sound that we'll hear?
The buzzing or the rattling sound that you'll probably hear is probably my body-worn camera. Every so often, it gives alerts to remind the user that it is on and activated and that it's recording. Or it might give other alerts if like the battery is dying or something for that example.
All right, let's begin with part 1 of 3. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Sergeant, I'm noticing that there's no sound during this first portion. Why is there no sound during the first 30 seconds or so of this?
The body-worn cameras that our department uses have a 30-second playback time. What I mean by that is once you activate the body-worn camera, it will capture the video that occurred before you activated it for 30 seconds, but there is no audio. The audio will come in at the time the device is activated.
Actually, there should be audio by now. Let me just... Before I continue playing, where in the department are we?
This is the second floor of the Santa Fe Police Department, and this is an interview room that we have set aside on that second floor that records both digital and audio.
Since I had the volume off first, I'm just going to go back about 20 seconds and then play from there.
Okay.
I know the mom's meeting outside of the male's mom.
Hey, what's going on, sir? What's your name?
Go home and
Hi,
recharge
Isaac. I'm
it.
Detective Eagle, Santa Fe Police Department. This is Detective Ryan Gonzalez over here.
Or have her come back.
Any water in the restroom or anything before we talk to each other?
Just water.
Okay. We'll walk you for some water over here.
Okay.
Those are cool shoes, by the way.
Thank you. They were on sale, 110 over there at Journeys.
No shit. I'll have to go get me some.
I like them because they give me an extra height on them. I feel like I'm 6 foot. Do you want to get water or?
Yeah, let's walk and get some water. No, there's some right over here.
I don't know what was in it.
Yeah, there's one right here to your left. Let's go back over this way, Isaac. Isaac, from what I understand, you called us, right? You called 911?
My mother, Linda Montoya, called first, and then I proceeded to get on the phone with the dispatcher.
Okay. We'll have everyone else come here to take these out.
No, take the cuffs off.
I have no reason to believe you to be a suspect right now or anything like that. We're going to take the handcuffs off. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for that. We don't know what's going on early on in these situations, so we just have a little bit more caution. I hope you understand, okay?
I understand.
Cool. Well, just because everything is kind of new and developing, and like I said, we don't really know fully what's going on. I do want to advise you of your constitutional rights before we talk at all. Again, as far as I can tell right now, you're not a suspect. You didn't do anything wrong, from my understanding of everyone I've talked to. But it doesn't hurt to get a refresher on your rights. So we're just going to read through these, and then we'll talk more afterwards after we get through them. Sound good to you?
Sound good.
All right, man. I'm going to read this verbatim, okay? This is Santa Fe Police Department advisor / waiver of constitutional rights. Before answering any questions asked by Detective Huggett V. Hill, that's me, of the Santa Fe Police Department, I fully understand the following. I understand that I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Okay, initial right there for me, please. I understand that anything I say during this interview can be used as evidence against me in the court of law. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Initial there, please. I understand that I have the right to an attorney before and during questioning and at all times. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I understand that if I cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for me without cost to me or to my family. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, initial there. I understand that if I decide to answer any questions or make any statements, I still have the right to stop answering at any time. You understand that? Initial there.
Yes.
Pretty easy stuff. I have been advised of the above-mentioned constitutional rights and acknowledge that I fully understand them and have had them read explained to me to my satisfaction. Furthermore, I consent to answering questions pertaining to, and I'm going to put the case number here, okay?
All right.
The case number for this incident that we're investigating is 2022-01401, which occurred on today's date, which is October 29th, 10/29 of 2022. And I do not wish to have an attorney present. I also understand that even though I consent to this interview, I can stop answering questions at any time I wish to do so. You understand all that? Sign, date, and put the time there, please. And again, the date is 10/29/2022. Almost Halloween.
I'm all excited for Halloween.
Yeah.
This kind of threw it off because
The time right now, sir, is 3:46 p.m. I'll be one of your witnesses.
Yeah, do you know what she's driving?
And Detective Gonzalez here will be right over this, okay? You can just hold on to that for us, all right? Okay. Excited for Halloween? Do you have any costumes set aside? You're gonna dress up as anything?
I was intending to dress up as a spooky character to pass out candy with my mom and dad, but
Yeah.
the mask was deemed, from what I found out, was that there's like masks that are deemed a little too scary for children, so I was like,
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna paint my face like the Crow.
That's cool. Oh, okay. That's a cool movie. Yeah. Well, let's get a little bit more information about you, okay? Have you ever, before we start off, have you ever had an interview like this before with
No.
law enforcement or anything like that? Well, don't be nervous. It's not like the movies. We're not here to, we're not going to yell at you or anything like that. It's more information gathering. We're just trying to have a conversation with you, and we're just trying to get down to the facts of what happened today and why we're here. Do you have any questions about that?
No.
Okay, so the only thing I ask is for truthfulness. I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm going to be truthful with you. I just ask that you do the same to me in return, okay? Just tell me the truth and tell me everything that happened, all right? Okay, let's start with your name. What's your name?
Isaac Apodaca.
Can you spell your first name?
ISAAC.
AAC. Spell your last name?
APODDACA.
Your date of birth, Isaac?
12/19/1996.
12/19/1996.
I'm old.
How old are you?
25.
25. Where do you live at?
I live at 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay. Whose house is that? Is that your house?
That is Lanny McCulley's house.
Lanny McCulley's house. And who's Lanny McCulley to you?
She is mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law?
Yes.
So mother-in-law, I presume you're married?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
We've pushed off the wedding far down the line, so.
Engaged then?
Yes.
Okay. So who's your fiance?
Kiara McCulley.
because it's Lonnie McCulley's house, does she live there or does she live somewhere else?
She lives there.
Okay.
In the main house.
In the main house, at 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Correct.
And when you say the main house, what do you mean by that?
The main house, there's a garage in the backyard that's separated from the main house. It would be,
If I gave you a paper and a pen to draw it out for me, like show me where Jaguar Drive is, show me where the house is. Here, let me start it off for you. How about this?
I was going to do it that way.
Let's do it like that. So we'll call this Jaguar Drive. Okay. And let's say the house and everything is right there. So kind of like if you're looking at it, as it runs this way.
All right. The house would be, here's the sidewalk, then the house goes like this. Just a little bit like that. And then the garage would be, this is the back door.
Okay.
So, right here would be garage. I'm horrible at drawings.
It's okay. I'm not so good myself. If you could tell from my road, my lines aren't straight at all.
That's the park drive.
So what's all this in between? Is this all part of the property?
This would be yard.
Gotcha. Okay. And then is it cut off here on this side too?
Yes. I have to go.
Okay. Can you put the numbers of the address here? I think you said 5941. Okay, gotcha. Cool. I'm a visual person, so things like this help me a lot. Okay, so let's put this to the side for a minute, and we'll kind of reference this as we kind of describe what's going on here. So again, you said you live here. So do you live in the main house, or do you live in the garage?
In the garage.
You live in the garage. How long have you been living in the garage?
A year and a half. No, a year. Yeah, a year and a month actually. I don't know why I said a year and a half.
Okay. And how long have you been in a relationship with Kiara?
3 years. 3 years, 10 months.
3 years and 10 months. Almost 4 years. And you've been staying here for about a year and a month, you said, right? Okay. Now, going back to talking about Lonnie McCulley, you said she lives here in the main house?
Yes.
Okay. Where does Kiara live?
In the garage.
Okay, so you and Kiara live in the garage. Okay, cool. That gives me some good background. Okay, let's bring ourselves to today and kind of why we're here. So this is what I want you to try and do, okay? I want you to kind of think back to where kind of all this began before there was ever anything regarding the incident. And I want you to kind of tell me in your own memory what happened from that time all the way to getting here to this interview. I'm going to do my best not to interrupt you, okay? I just want you to give me your own account of what happened, okay?
So from the time it began would be yesterday. We were all hanging out. Everybody was talking, happy, normal kind of thing, nonchalant. Nighttime came around and we started falling asleep. Kiara McCulley did not fall asleep. I did not get good rest because she had been placing something sharp in my back throughout the morning hours. Placing something sharp in my back, and I was talking to Grace, who was in the garage as well. I said, we have to go. she's telling us we need to leave. And I said that, and then I proceeded to start packing my stuff. And I left to the main house to go use the restroom for the last time. And then I walked in back into the garage. She walks up to me and goes, I did it. With a smile on her face, and I looked at the ground and I was like, what do I do now? So I called my mom immediately to let her know that something happened. My mom proceeded to call 911. The dispatcher know exactly what happened, and the dispatcher called me to make sure everything was okay. I got greeted by the cops because they detained me, which was normal, but they noticed that I was freaking out. Everybody that was around me was noticing I was freaking out. I was really scared because I've witnessed my friend getting shot. So,
Separately from this?
Yes, it was a while back. I was asked to be his best man at his wedding. I was sitting in the back seat, guy walked up, blew his brains out. They landed on me. I had to testify in court, and I'm super. Anything like this gets me super traumatized, and it's a traumatic event.
I can imagine.
And I saw my friend laying on the ground. This is going to be back to when I went back in the garage. When I saw her in the ground, on the ground, I was like, I couldn't say anything because I was like, this is another one of my friends gone. I keep losing friends left and right. So I'm going to go back here, go back to the cops. When they detained me, they had me in the car. They did a search. First time I had my phone, my wallet with me. And then the second search before we came here, they took my phone and wallet. And then we were here. We're here I'm here getting interviewed by you nice police officers.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
I'm scared right now.
What are you scared
of what just happened.
A lot to take in, I can imagine. Can I re-clarify some of the stuff you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to kind of summarize what you told me first, okay? So, going back to yesterday, you were all hanging out, everyone was happy, everyone was having a good time. Nighttime happened, which was yesterday, the 28th. You all fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you said you didn't get good sleep because you felt something poking you throughout the night. Yes. Okay. And then the next day comes, and you told Grace that you too have to leave, because Kiara is telling you guys you had to leave. And then you were packing up your things. You went back to the main house to use the restroom for the last time. When you returned back to the garage, Kiara was standing there, and she had a smile on her face, and she said, I did it. Yes. And then at this point, you called your mom to let her know what happened. Your mom called 911. Dispatch ended up calling you. Then a little bit later, law enforcement ended up finding you. And then you started talking about how you saw your friend on the ground, and this has been difficult for you because this is another one of your friends gone. Police searched you. You had a phone and a wallet on you. And then they brought you over here. Is this a good summary of what you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just clarify some of these things, okay? Just kind of fill in some of these gaps so that I have a better understanding of what happened. So you're saying yesterday you're all hanging out and you're all happy. So who Who is all of you? Who all is hanging out?
Kiara, Grace.
Okay. Isaac, Kiara, and Grace. Okay. Where were you hanging out at?
In the garage.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about this.
There. But we started hanging out as friends, and she became like one of my best friends. I have a long list of best friends that are really nice to me, and they treat me with a lot of respect. And after a while, I lost contact with Grace, but then Grace contacted me saying, hey, I don't feel safe in Albuquerque, and that was last night. And she wanted to come hang out. And I was like, okay, cool. Just let me know when you're here and I'll let you in. And she got there and I let her in. She and Kiara started talking. Everything looked like it was going good. Well, from what I perceived, it looked like it was going good. And then she fell asleep last night. She fell asleep. I tried falling asleep and I kept getting prodded with something in my back. I don't know what it was, but it was hurting my back. Lower back. I have a limber spine, and part of my lower back is thinner than normal, so anything go wrong there, I'm sure done.
Yeah. Okay, you guys dated for a while and then you lost contact. So this period of losing contact, would it be safe to call that a breakup, or what was that?
It was a breakup.
Okay. So could I describe Grace as an ex-girlfriend? Would that be a fair way to describe her? Okay. So Grace contacted you yesterday. How did she contact you?
Through Instagram.
Okay. You both have Instagram profiles, I imagine, you and Grace?
Yes.
Okay. She was asking for a place to stay?
A place to hang out for the night.
A place to hang out for the night? For the night.
Yeah.
Okay. So you told her this was fine?
Yes.
Okay. What time did she get to your place, the garage, we'll call it? What time did she get there last night?
11:32 p.m.
That's very specific. How do you remember that exact time?
I kept seeing I kept looking at my phone, and when she said she's here, that's the time that it showed up on there.
You have a good memory. I've noticed so far you're like really good with like your dates, how long things have been, your months, very precise. So Grace arrives. How does Kiara feel about this? Because Kiara is your fiance of almost 4 years.
Kiara was last night. I had to tell her to stop being violent. She was being violent towards me prior to Grace contacting me.
How so?
She kept threatening me with the sword and threatening me with the knife. There was a butterfly knife that's in the room. I had to grab out of her hand and I threw it across the garage because she had it like right here, and I told her, don't be waving stuff around me like that. Please stop.
When was this?
Last night, before Grace.
Okay. Tell me about that incident a little bit more.
She had been swinging the knife around like this, and then she pointed at me like as if she was going to kill me, and she was getting very violent She grabbed her sword, started swinging it around. There was a dagger she was dragging across my face, and I was telling her to please stop. I'm trying to concentrate and be calm.
Why was Kiara being violent last night?
She was bringing up old memories. Well, not old memories, more like old past problems, and then telling me, oh, you're just this and that, and you're gonna do the same thing over and over with these people. And I was like, I'm getting tired of this. Then she pulled out the butterfly knife right at me and swinging it around.
Can you be more specific? What was she talking about? Old memories, past problems, what's that?
I once dated a girl named Janae, and she was thinking that it was going to be like Janae coming back over, except that wasn't even the case. And I told her, please stop bringing up my past and throwing it in my face. So she went and brought up another instance, which was 2021. Her name is Mary Lou, and she started throwing that in my face, and I started getting tired of it. I was like, please stop bringing up my past. This is the present.
Are you describing like kind of jealousy type things?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point where you guys are arguing and she's bringing up the past, does she know that Grace is coming over?
Yes.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with this interaction?
I think so. Kiara also has a past with Grace.
Oh, they know each other?
Yes.
What's their past?
They are exes to each other.
Oh, they used to date each other?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago was that?
2017. Roughly, from what I was told, lasted 11 months.
Okay. And what happened there? Do you know the background there of why it ended? So kind of going back to last night, to yesterday, you guys are all hanging out. You, Kiara, Grace, you and Kiara had kind of had this argument before Grace arrived over the past, over old things. During this argument, Kiara had kind of swung around a sword and pulled out a butterfly knife. You said something about the butterfly knife, that you had to take it away and throw it away?
Yes.
Where did you throw it to?
I threw it to the back of the garage, which is by the garage door. It should be like right there by the insulation still. There's some insulation to the back of the garage door.
Inside the garage still though?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that knife to me?
It's black, but with red tiger's eye stone on it. And can I draw it? Or
yeah, sure. Let me give you another piece of paper. Let's just do it more. Keep things clean. There you go. Draw the butterfly knife.
Let's see. That's good. The knife looks like this with and there's the tiger's eye stone right here all the way down, but this is all this would be the tiger's eye stone, and it's not that big, but it's a bit bigger.
Can we title this butterfly knife up on top? Can you list me out the description of the butterfly knife? Mostly colors for blade material or blade color, handle color, things like that. Can you just initial down here at the bottom?
And today's date again.
Yeah, sure. The 10/29 of 2022. Let's do the second for this one. Just initial and put the date right there. Just so I remember who drew these. We talked about a samurai sword being kind of swung around too. To explain to me more about that.
It's more like a old English kind of sword. I don't know if you're like a fan of Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Aragon sword.
Okay. It looks like that, or is it like a replica?
It looks like that.
It looks like that.
Why am I doing this?
So who does this knife belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. Who does the sword belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. What about the dagger? Who does that belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara.
Let's see if I can do it right. Then the blade. Well,
Let's title this one Sword. And let's describe it over here. Just colors here. Blade color, handle color. Initial and date at the bottom. Sword, stainless steel blade. That's the blade here, right?
yes.
Black hilt. That would be this whole part, right?
Yes.
Okay. With black sheath.
I also put in parentheses. Battle ready. It is sharp.
Battle ready, it is sharp. Gotcha, okay. So let's talk more about the sword in regards to last night's incident with Kiara. What was she doing with the sword?
Going this and then pointing it right here. She nicked me right there in the arm and nicked me right across.
Why was she doing that?
To see if I was scared of her.
To see if you were scared of her? Is that what she said, or is that what you think?
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Are you scared of me? Just like that, and I was like, a bit, yes, I'm very scared right now.
You also mentioned a dagger?
Yes.
What happened with the dagger last night?
The dagger, shape was, I think for a fact that was the thing that was getting stabbed in my back. And it was just going that, but last night she was also scratching it across my face. Like, does this scare you?
And where was this all happening at?
In the garage.
In the garage. Can we draw the dagger as well, please? Same thing with these other two.
This one a little more tricky because there's a hilt with it. That's the guard, and then and same thing, just like this.
Yes, please. Okay, let's keep these in kind of for reference if they come up again. I know we talked about the location of what happened with the butterfly knife. You got thrown in the garage. After last night, what happened with the sword?
The sword was just placed on the ground.
Okay, in the garage?
Yes,
Okay, in the sheath or not in the sheath?
in the sheet.
In the sheath. What about the dagger? What happened to the dagger last night?
I do not know where the dagger is.
Okay, going back into your original account of what happened, nighttime came, everyone fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you were kind of talking about it earlier that you were feeling something poking you and that you're pretty sure it was a dagger.
Yes.
Did you get any injuries from that last night? Have you checked?
I have not checked.
What do you feel? Whereabouts were you getting poked? Like in your back?
Like
Can you pick up your shirt and stand up if you feel comfortable? Can we look?
like right here, and I don't know if there's anything, but
Yeah.
it's really sore back here, like it's hurting.
Okay. About how many times would you say you were poked last night?
15.
15 times. Around what time was this happening at?
This would have been 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 a.m. Were the pokings as you described them, were they spread out or were they all
They
at
were
the same
spread
time?
out.
Over what duration of time?
From 3 a.m. all the way to 6 a.m.
3 a.m. to 6 a.m. spread out. Okay. About 15 times. And did you guys talk at all? Did you say anything when this was happening or what?
I told her to stop it. Please stop, and she didn't want to.
Did she say why she was doing that?
She just and then turned over and then it started all over again. And I was like, please stop. It's hurting me. Like, it's really hurting my back. So
in your your original statement, you say that Kiara was poking you in the back, and then we kind of jumped to you telling Grace that you guys had to go because Kiara didn't want you there anymore. How did you know that Kiara didn't want you guys there anymore?
She woke up, from what she says she slept, but she was awake the whole time. And she turned over, told me, you guys need to get out. I don't want you guys here. And then proceeded to start playing with something. I don't know what she was playing with. It was really freaking me out, so I was trying to get out. I was in and out of the room, trying to contact my mom to pick me up, to get me out of there.
What time was that at?
I contacted my mom around, I would say, 12.
What time did you guys wake up at? What time did you wake up at?
I woke up at about 7:50.
7:50 a.m.?
Yes.
So at what time did Kiara tell you guys had to leave?
She told us we had to leave at about 8:30.
Okay.
I'm being honest.
In between 8:30 and to the time your mom called 911, kind of what happened in there?
I was packing my stuff, getting ready to I was just gonna walk it all the way over there. But when I packed my stuff, I went inside the house, which was a stupid mistake for me to go in the house, use the bathroom, and then come back and see what I saw.
So what time did you go to use the restroom?
That would have been 11:40.
11:40?
Yes.
How long did you use the restroom for?
About 30 seconds. It was quick. Number one.
Okay. What do you mean by number one?
Pee.
Pee. Okay. And then after you peed, you went immediately back to the garage?
Yes.
So around what time would you say that was at?
11:47.
How certain are you about the time?
I'm really certain.
Really certain about the time? Okay. So you go back to the garage and tell me in detail what you see.
I walk in, she yells, she tells me, I didn't mean to say it, she yelled, she goes, I did it. I look at the ground and I see someone dead. I see an ear hanging and I'm like,
You see someone dead. Who is that someone?
Grace.
How do you know she's dead?
Because Kiara goes, I got her across the throat and she did the gurgle. And I'm like, what do I do now? I need to get out of here.
Do you know why Kiara did this?
No.
What were Kiara and Grace doing before you went to the restroom?
They were just sitting there. They were sitting on the bed, and when I went back, that's what happened. I was like, what? This is way too quick. What just happened? I'm really freaking out on it because that's my friend. Mm-hmm. And then Kiara is now my ex. She's involved, and I'm freaking out because I just wanted to leave.
Yes. Describe to me more what you see when you go into the garage. So, I'm not familiar with this garage, so let's go back to our pictures. Did you enter through like a door? Do you have to open up a large door in the garage? Where did you enter through? So,
the door would be right here.
Okay, you could draw that if you want. So that's the door into the garage?
Yeah.
Is that the one you enter?
Yes.
And where is Grace laying when you see her?
Inside the box. Here's the door. She is within right here. Right. She's off the bed on the ground.
And where's Kiara at?
She's also off the bed by the TV.
Where's the TV at?
TV.
And show me where Kiara was at too. Okay. Describe Grace to me more, her injuries. What did you observe?
I saw an ear cut off, on something with her knee that was right here. I saw blood right here, and started seeing blood right leaking out. And I was like, I saw blood leaking out, and she was just like that. That's not me making fun of that. I have a very strong rule on that. But
You're describing something to me. Yeah, I know. Okay, what about Kiara? What did you observe about Kiara?
I would like to stand up, and if you can too, for this. Is that a possibility? Or
For what?
to show you exactly what I observed.
Well, just describe it as best you can.
I did it. And she tried touching my hands, which I was like, I pulled away because I was like, don't touch me. She had blood all over her hands, all on here, right here, and on her face.
There's blood all over.
And I was like, just don't touch me, please.
Did she touch you?
She tried to, and she tried touching me like right over here, and she did not successfully touch me because I pulled away really fast.
Did any blood get on you?
No.
No. Okay. So she tells you this, and then what happens?
She's all, I'm gonna get rid of it.
What does she mean by it?
Grace.
She's gonna get rid of it?
Yes.
What do you think she meant by that?
She was gonna, she said she had called somebody that, after she said I did it, she said she had called somebody to come help her pick up the body.
Who'd she call?
A guy named Al.
Al?
Yes.
Do you know who this is?
Al, all I know is his name is Al, and African American, and besides that, he would be my age, and that's it.
Have you ever met him before?
No.
How do you know he's African American?
That's what Kiara had described him to be.
So that was her plan to get rid of the body? Al was going to come help her?
Yes.
Where were they going to take the body?
I don't know.
Can you tell me anything else about Al? No. So she has a plan, she's going to get rid of the body, then what happens? Is this conversation happening in the garage?
This conversation is happening right there in the garage, and I walked out of the garage because she goes, I'm going to go take a shower so I can get cleaned up and look better. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go right over here by the gate, and I'm going to make a phone call real quick. The phone call I made was my mom. And
What time did you call your mom at?
that would have been around 12.
12. What did you tell your mom?
I was like, can you guys pick me up, please? And they're like, no, but you can come over. What's going on? I was like, I just witnessed something very bad. And my mom's all, what did you witness? I walked in on, I said, I walked in on, and I stumbled my word, and I said, Kiara killed Grace, and that's what I walked in on. And she's like, I'm calling 911 right now. And after that, I walked over to AP Wireless because I felt like that would have been a safe space for me to be. And the guy there, he's friends with me. He said, just sit right here. You're okay, dude. Just sit right here. If anything happens, just know you're in a pretty good safe spot.
Nice. Yeah.
And then the cops met me, and I got scared because I was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. But then they're like, oh, we're detaining you to question you. And it's like, okay, cool. I had a panic attack in the cop car. I don't know if one of the officers said anything to you.
I didn't hear that.
I had a panic attack.
That's a lot. What you just went through, that's tough.
I passed out. The cop, he went like that to see if I was alive or awake. And I woke up right away and he's all, what's wrong? I was all, I just passed out. I'm sorry.
How do you feel now?
I'm still shooken out.
Well, you let me know if you need medical attention or anything like that. I know this stuff is difficult. Okay?
All I want to do is I just want to get my stuff and go back to my mom and dad's. Because at least there I know that I'm safe.
I'll try to make that happen for you as soon as I can, okay?
Right. Just scared right now.
Did you see anything else in the garage? Anything else stick out to you?
There was blood on the sheets that I had purchased.
Okay.
Everything that happened today, it's like really shaking me out because I've witnessed my friend get murdered. I've witnessed another friend get murdered a second time. I've been robbed. I've just been on an unlucky streak of shit happening to me. And I'm not okay right now. Sorry if my voice is low. I'm getting over a sickness.
It's okay. Did you see any weapons inside the garage?
Just the sword, it was right there.
What did it look like? Well, not like that description, but like...
There was blood all over it.
Blood on the sword. Why do you think there was blood all over it?
That's what Kiara did. And
I think the only question I have left for you that's kind of coming to mind is, you're saying you were told to leave 8 in the morning, right?
yes,
You start packing up your things to leave, and then this happens a little before 12, right?
yes.
So what took so long to leave in that 3-hour gap?
My mom, I was trying to call her before that. I was like, I kept calling her through Facebook. She didn't want to pick up, so I finally called her through her phone number. And then that's when she started picking up and saying, hey, what's going on? I was like, I need to be picked up here. Please pick me up. And then like, no, we can't pick you up right now. We're out and about. And I was trying to find another ride or something.
Okay, that makes sense. And then between when this happened, 12, and I think we got the call a little after 1:30.
Yes.
Kind of an hour and a half gap there. I know you said you called your mom and she quickly called 911, but it doesn't really seem to line up with our timeline, at least from, can you help make me understand that? Was there a long period of time that you and Kiara were trying to figure out what was going to happen?
There was a long period of time. It was when I was standing on the side of the garage.
Tell me about that.
I was hyperventilating on the side of the garage. I was like that, and And I made the call to my mom. My mom made the call to y'all. But I was just, I was shaken up, and I know I should have been the one to call. I know I should have been the one to call y'all. But I was shaken up. I feel like I'm going to pass out.
Yeah.
And
just take some deep breaths.
I didn't expect any of this to happen today.
No one knows when these things happen. It's difficult. Okay, look up at me. You didn't do anything wrong, right?
Right?
Sometimes things happen. What defines who we are is kind of how we move forward with things. Would you agree?
Yes.
You've been super truthful this whole time from what I can tell, and we really much appreciate that. I got one more question. I want you to be real truthful with it, as you have been this whole time, okay?
Yes.
At any point, did you think of, or did it cross your mind, or did you start helping Kiara with covering this up at all?
No.
No. At any point, did you help Kiara injure Grace or do anything to Grace?
No.
No. Okay. And if anything like that did happen, or there's anything I'm missing to the story, now's the time to tell me, so I get the truthful statement from you right off the bat. Is there anything anyone else is going to say about this that's going to contradict that?
No.
Okay. Talking about Kiara's mom, your mother-in-law, did she know what happened?
No.
She didn't know.
All she thought was Kiara was still asleep or just being her normal routinely self, which is stay away from her mom.
Kiara went from the garage to the main house to shower. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And she was covered in blood.
Yes.
And her mom was at the house at that time?
Yes.
Did her mom see her covered in blood?
I do not know. I was already handcuffed and in the cop car, and I don't know.
How many bathrooms are in the main house?
One.
One shower?
Yes.
How do you feel?
Still like I'm gonna pass out, but
You want to take a break?
no.
No. Well, I need a little break if that's okay with you. I'll use the restroom real quick. And then we'll see if there's anything else, any other questions we have, or anything else that maybe you want to tell us. And then we'll go from there. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Hey, thanks for your time, Isaac. We're back in a bit. Video off.
Sergeant, after this video, when it ends, we see that you're about to go take a break. What did you do?
I took a break and I prepared some documentation for a consent to search an electronic device form. My intention with the second part of the interview, I had knowledge that we had possession of Mr. Apodaca's cell phone. I knew that eventually we were going to have to do our due diligence and either get consent or get a search warrant for that phone to see if there was anything of evidentiary value on it. So it was my plan to prep that phone and then go in there and see if he would give consent to search it along with the passcode if that applied.
And did you obtain his phone that had been collected by other officers?
Yes, I did. It was provided to me by Officer Caesar or Nellis.
Okay. And while the phone was in your possession, did you access it in a way that would have altered any information or make any changes to the phone?
No, I did not.
And during the interview, we see Mr. Apodaca stand up and show you his backside. When he showed you his lower back, did you see any scratches or poke marks or defects to his lower back? Were there any that you observed?
None that I can observe. There appeared to be some like discoloration, but I couldn't really tell if it was like a birthmark or what exactly that was. I don't know.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Before we go to the second part of the, it's been marked State's Exhibit 90. Can you please take a look at State's Exhibit 90 and tell me if you recognize it?
I do recognize it.
What is State's Exhibit 90?
This is Santa Fe Police Department electronic device consent to search form, the one I had just mentioned. It's dated, the date of the incident, October 29th, 2022. It has the location listed as SFPD, or the Santa Fe Police Department. The case number associated with this is on there, and it's pre-filled out with Mr. Apodaca's name, his date of birth, and that he is giving consent to me, Detective Javier Vigil at the time. And the form says, and or any other persons designated by the Santa Fe Police Department, which may include the assistance of computer forensic examiner to conduct a complete search of. Then it goes into the device that we're getting consent to search, and that is Mr. Apodaca's phone. The description of the phone, as well as the IMEI number, and then the password, then there was no password on it, is listed there. I can see the bottom as well. There is a signature and date and time from, it appears, Mr. Apodaca, as well as myself.
And does this document State's filled it out, date of incident, October 29th, 2022?
Yes, it does.
Had you altered this this document in any way before making a facsimile copy of it?
No, I've not.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 90.
Any objection to 90?
No objection from defense.
90 is admitted.
So prior to the second part of the interview, had you seen the text messages or the Facebook messages or the phone searches on Isaac Apodaca's phone?
No, I had not. Before the second part of the interview, I had not yet obtained written or verbal consent to go through the phone, nor had I tampered with it at all. So I had no idea those messages were on there.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please play part 2 of the recording or of the interview?
Yes.
Hey, Isaac. So I have your cell phone. I know our cell phones are very important to us because they have pretty much all our personal information on them and everything. So I do want to try and get this back to you as soon as possible. Given that there were kind of messages and stuff, and this is still an active investigation, there is reason to believe that there is potentially evidence on your phone of, you know, messages of you interacting with either, you know, your fiance or ex-fiance now, or Grace. So one way or another, we are going to have to look at the data on the phone. So there's a couple ways that we can go about this, and I want to give you all the information so you can make a well-informed decision. Make sense? So we can either do a search warrant for the data on the phone. It's a little bit of a process because we have to complete the paperwork, and then we have to send the cell phone along with the paperwork to the Regional Communications Forensic Laboratory in Albuquerque, and then it gets put in the queue of phones that they have to extract data for. Usually turnaround time is around 6 months to a year before you get your phone back, before we extract the data from it. The quicker option, and this is completely up to you, we can complete a Santa Fe Police Department electronic device consent to search, and it's just a fancy form and a fancy way of saying that you're giving us permission to extract the data from your phone and only look at things pertaining to this case. Like I'm telling you, messages, you know, different things like that, different data that, you know, that helps with our investigation. So if you do want to do this, I've already kind of pre-filled it out for you. Date, location, this is the case number, kind of same thing as that other form. This is your name right here. This is your date of birth. I am Detective Javier Vigil. This is your phone right here. This is your IMEI number, okay? And then all we would need is your phone password, and you can sign this, and then we can get the extraction done so you can get your phone back sooner rather than later. You're welcome to look over this form and read it for a bit, and let me know if you have any questions.
Right here, correct?
Yeah, sign right there, please.
Today's date.
10/29/2002. And it is 5:16 p.m. And the phone password?
There's no password.
No password.
It's just a quick swipe up and that's it.
Okay, let's see. So since we have it here, I know the battery's close to dying, but I would like to manipulate it here with you just so you can explain anything to me as we loop through it. Now, time to look through it. Okay, messages. Did you have any messages between you and Grace?
Put it on Instagram.
Instagram, okay. And I'll if it's okay with you, I'll handle the phone. You just tell me. Okay.
Right there, and then there's Yumiko Jennings right at the top.
Okay, that's her like profile name. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so this is kind of when everything started. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. I'm going to head to my fam's place. Is this her saying that?
That's me.
Oh, okay. What do you mean when you say that?
I'm heading to my mom and dad's house. That's what I was meaning. And the kicked out part.
Oh, is this today?
Yes.
Oh, this is today at 12. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. She is telling everyone to leave her house. Who is she? Kiara. And I met at my fam's place. Okay, what happened? She just doesn't want us here, and I have to respect her wishes, and I'm getting my stuff. First of all, who? Second, my mom can only come get me at 3:30. Why is she kicking you out, and does she know I'm here? Wait a minute. I thought you guys all hung out the night before.
We did.
So how come she doesn't know she's there?
I was very confused, and I told her.
She's kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. So it's sounding like to me, just take a pause real quick. Did she not know she was there? Because that's what it looks like.
She knew she was there.
Then why is it looking like in these messages?
She knew she was there, and she was playing. She was acting like she didn't know who she was.
Who was acting like? I'm so confused. Who was acting like who didn't know who?
Grace was acting like she didn't know who she was.
Okay.
Even though we had talked.
She's kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. How? She is right next to you. What the fuck, really? How fucking great? Yup. Why though? She is not wanting to deal with it. Us being here, and I broke her trust. She is not in the best mood. She is not wanting to deal with what?
She's not wanting to deal with us.
What does that mean?
She didn't want us there at all.
Okay. But it says she is not wanting to deal with it.
I should have been more. I'm horrible with my words. I'm horrible with what I type.
I'm just trying to understand too.
It was just a meeting. She didn't want to deal with us.
Okay.
Being there, because
I know how she feels. My mom's coming to get me soon. Okay.
And that was the part that threw me off, was like, she's kicking us out. Why is she kicking you out, and how does she know I'm here? I'm like, we discussed this.
So she is right next to you. So that was your way of telling her, like, I'm referring to Kiara. Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense to me now. Okay. Where are your messages with Kiara?
My messages with Kiara.
And just tell me where to go.
You're going to go out of there.
Okay.
They're going to be in Messenger.
Oh, okay.
And then that's my mom. Just ignore that.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys know this. I have a hearing that I have to do remotely right now. The other parties are on my screen, so I'm going to excuse you. This will be our afternoon break for a few minutes. Then we'll bring you back and continue. And if we need to, we might back up about 15-20 seconds to the beginning of this exchange when we come back in. If you go with the bailiff, please. You need to log in. Everybody's on but you. You may step down. We'll have you back up as soon as we get started again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to leave, we'll do a quick hearing and then we'll continue, bring the jury and Mr. Apodaca back into the courtroom. Okay, let's go on the record. Let's go on the record. The next hearing is State versus Jeffrey Heyer. This is D101CR 2025-27. Ms. Murphy, with respect to exhibit number 89.
Yes, Your Honor. We did make an additional redaction. I just showed that to defense. Part of a text message had been redacted, but the portion where it actually kind of repeats it right up above it had not. We made that redaction. I've shown that to opposing counsel, Mr. Cameron. And so with the court's permission, I'd like to swap out exhibit 89 on the disk for exhibit 89A, which is the exact same document, just with that additional redaction, into a hard copy form.
Any objection to the replacement of exhibit 89?
No. No objection, Judge.
Okay. So we'll need to let the jury know that if they're taking notes, they're expecting to see a disk. We need to let them know that that the exhibit is the hard copy.
I will, I'll make a record on that.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have, what I'm holding in my hand right now is going to be States Exhibits 7 through 17. Those are going to be recorded jail phone calls. These are actually the entire phone calls. What I do have, though, are the trimmed down version the other day so with the court's permission, place those out.
Any objection?
We're just going to maintain our objection, Judge. So,
Okay. Any other objections? Any additional objections as to what's on the replacement disk?
no, Your Honor.
Your previous objections are noted for the record, and you preserved that issue. The court will allow substitution of 7 through 17, and what are we calling this?
I think I will call them 7A through 17A.
The exhibits are all, but the disk, how is it identified?
The disc are identified. Oh, it just says 11/30/22 audio, and then it's just subsequent dates of the dates.
And on the disk 7 through 17, do they have unique date identifiers on the disk itself? Not the data, but the actual face of the disk. Do they have dates?
They do, and so they have. They do contain the actual date, but they also do contain the last four. Or it actually looks like it's got the last 6 alphanumeric characters. So those unique identifiers I identified when we had the hearing, and so these do not, but the dates do mention. So I can actually, I guess the new disc just have the date. I can add on the alphanumeric as well.
At this point in time, we're not substituting 7 through 17. Correct them, and we'll see it or add that information to it. Who's going to be the foundational? When we get to the point where we're ready to substitute 7 through 17 with the single redacted disk containing that information, have the necessary foundation.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else before we continue with the jury?
Nothing from the state judge.
Anything else before we get started?
Your Honor, are we just scheduling housekeeping? Are we going past the 5 o'clock hour today?
I don't know how far we're going to get with this witness. It depends on where we are. How much longer do you think you have in a direct?
After these videos, there's over an hour left on the videos. Then I have a few close up, maybe 10 to 15 of direct. Oh, and then I'm sorry, the jail calls are 12 minutes.
I don't think we're going to get done with this witness today. We're going to finish these videos, get through that and see where we are. Go after that. You won't be able to do cross.
I'm planning for 3 crosses.
Okay, let's have our jury. We're off.
All rise.
You may be seated in the courtroom. And we are back on the record and continue the state's case in chief. Ms. Murphy.
Yes, Your Honor. Before I continue with the playing of this video clip, I'd just like to note for the record that the Celebrite report related to the internet search terms and the messages from the phone was presented off of a disk, States Exhibit 89. We made, based on the discussions outside the jury's presence, we have 89A, which is hard copy rather than disk, that we are going to place into evidence.
Any objection to 89A?
Nothing further. No.
89A is admitted.
That's
So you won't have the disk, you'll have the actual printed out hard.
Thank you. Okay. And Your Honor, may I go back just about 20 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Where are your messages with Kiara?
My messages with Kiara,
And just tell me where to go.
you're going to go out of there.
Okay.
They're going to be in Messenger,
Oh, okay.
and then that's my mom. and just ignore that.
Sure.
Maybe the Puggy.
Puggy? Mm-hmm. This one right here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Whoa, those are a lot of emojis. Okay, we're just gonna start from there. How about that? This is at 11:56 a.m. What? And that's forgive me, I forgot her name for a second. This is your fiance saying this? What?
Yes.
Hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops for a breaking and entering. What are you talking about there?
It was something that happened in my family's house. We've been trying to figure out who has been getting into my storage.
Mm-hmm.
I have stuff in my storage and they keep finding it unlocked. And that was something entirely different.
Hold up, listen. Okay, plan B. Just tell her she needs to leave. Follow my lead, my lady. Just tell her to leave, dude. I'm in a mood. I did, through Insta. So now what? Operation kick out, me following the call to the cops once at my family's. What does that mean?
That was, I was talking about, because she had asked me to leave, and that's why I said Operation Kick Out, because every time I get told to leave, I say Operation Kick Out, because it's her go-to thing to tell me to leave, and it's like, she kicks me out, and then a few days later, she'll come back over, and stuff like that. But to call the cops at my family was because of the breaking and entering.
So according to you, you're talking about two different things at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. How about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted? Okay? Show me what you sent her. My plan. Okay, cool. And those are the messages that we looked at earlier between you and...
Yes.
Okay. It worked with Christian. She says she is leaving at 3:30. She's mad, 3:30. Mad still. Yeah, why don't you pop off my little firecracker? What would you like me to do? Stab her? I don't know. I don't have the energy to do shit. What's this? Read what she sent. Is she stupid? Yes. Okay. I am fake getting thrown out. I am fake getting thrown out. You're getting fake thrown out.
Yes, that's usually how it happens. Is I get told to leave, and then 5 days later, she asks me to come back.
Follow my lead, my lady. We can hear you. They want me to spend what I have. They want me to spend what I have saved for the house. Don't. What the fuck? What does that mean? They want me to spend what I've saved for the house.
That was me talking to my mom and dad. They wanted me to get a motel, which was not a good idea because I don't do motels.
Don't. What the fuck? Or WTF rather. I know how to, and I am not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said okay. You heard that right? You heard what? What's she talking about? You heard that right?
I have no clue.
Yeah, Rune is legendary pink spotted Pokemon. Unless I ask your mom to give me a ride to Target and you do what is needed. What do you mean you do what is needed?
I have no clue. From this on, from beyond here, I don't know what's going on.
You don't know what's going on? But these are messages from you?
I do have another cell phone I didn't tell you guys about, but it's still over there at the house. At the house.
Okay, but this is the one you use?
I use that one primarily only for work and family.
Okay. So you didn't send these messages? Or you did?
On this, from down on, no.
Oh, okay. her mother is her backup ride. Okay? Want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target so you can take my stuff into the back room and her mom and your mom don't get into it? Yay or nay? Wait a bit, though. Okay? How long? Until there's a clue on when she's leaving. She admitted to me when she lived at those apartments. And she was sober then. She admitted to me also back when I first met her calling you crazy. What are you talking about?
I don't know. That's not me.
That's not you?
That's not me.
Who is it?
That's the other phone that's been, they were being used to message back and forth.
Isaac, this is getting really weird, man.
I have a second phone.
You have a second phone?
Yes.
Where is that phone?
That's at the house.
Okay.
It is logged into the same Facebook account.
Okay. I don't know, man. These messages look a lot like there's some conspiring going on, some planning going on. What?
From that point where I was telling you from...
Even before then, it sounds like you guys are planning something. You're fake getting thrown out and what?
I say fake getting thrown out, like I said, was... What I mean when I say fake getting thrown out is she'll tell me to leave. She'll tell me that I'm getting thrown out, getting kicked out. And 5 days later, she's like, come back.
Do you want to start over? Because I'm really confused with everything that's going on. Like, you're telling me you have two phones now and those other messages aren't you, and what you're telling me, your statement, isn't lining up with these messages. Now, I told you at the beginning of this talk that we need to be truthful with this, right?
I am being truthful. I do have a secondary phone. And I'm telling you the messages are not me. Those are not my messages.
Whose messages do you think they are then?
They're from Kiara to using my Facebook from me to Kiara, but I can't quite explain how it looks.
Kiara to Kiara?
Yes.
Why would she do that?
She's been, like I said at the beginning, involved her, but before that, there was problems in our relationship, and ever since before that, she's been trying to get revenge, and she's been talking to the people to, she's told me that she's wanting to ruin my life. And she's wanting to ruin my life for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm being honest, there is two phones. The other phone is on top of the fridge in the garage.
In the garage, okay. What kind of phone is it?
Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus, 512 gigabyte. Has a clear case on it.
Okay. I got some follow-up questions for you regarding some of the other things that we had talked about. I just want to clarify some of the, I kind of was looking through her statement and I just want to kind of clear up some of the haziness that I have. So Grace spends the night last night, right?
Yes.
What are the sleeping arrangements like?
We were all sharing the same bed.
You're all sharing the same bed?
Yes.
Who was sleeping where in the bed?
Grace was right here facing the garage door.
Okay.
The big garage door.
Okay.
Kiara was this way facing the little fridge, mini fridge, and I was at the foot of the bed. I was at the foot of the bed.
Say that one more time.
I was at the foot of the bed.
Yeah, where were the other two?
Grace was facing the garage, big garage door.
Okay.
Kiara was facing the mini fridge.
Okay.
And I was at the foot of the bed.
Okay. And I remember earlier you talking about how you used to date Grace.
Yes.
Up until when?
It would have been January, February, March, April. That was the last.
April of what year?
2018.
Okay. And between April and 2018 and yesterday, had you had any contact with Grace?
I did have contact with her, and it was just like on and off.
What kind of contact?
Like, hey, how's it going? Like, how's your job going? And stuff like that.
Okay. Any meetings, any sex, anything like that?
No.
No? Okay. What about Kiara? Kiara and Grace, they used to date at some point, right?
Yes.
After they broke up, did they have any contact with each other that you know about?
Yes.
Yeah.
They kind of, Kiara got thrown in the middle of a whole heated debate, an argument about, I don't know, some incident that happened between them in their relationship, and I was just like, keep me out of it.
When was that?
It started 2019, extended into 2020, 2021, and today.
Okay.
All the way to today. And that argument I didn't want to be a part of because I'm the kind of guy that's like going peaceful, not argumentative.
Sure. Was there any sexual interaction between anyone last night?
No.
No threesome or nothing like that between the three of you guys?
No.
Has there ever been anything you guys have ever done in the past or thought about doing?
That did happen in the past, and
who was involved?
it was first Kiara and this girl named Alex Lopez.
Okay.
And they were consenting to have a lesbian thing. And then they called me to the room, and I was like, okay, cool. And I could come back to the room, probably watch TV. And they pressured me into getting involved with them.
You didn't want to?
Correct.
Okay.
And afterwards, after everything was done, I did not feel the same. I felt,
How come?
I was peer pressured, and I was pressured into a corner. Not figurative, literally, pinned into a corner to do this.
To do a threesome?
Yes.
Okay. What about last night?
There was no threesome, there was no sex, nothing.
Was that ever on the table?
No.
Okay. Was there anything romantic going on between you and Grace?
No.
What about between Grace and your fiance? Kiara?
I don't know.
You don't know? Was Kiara okay? Was Grace coming over last night?
She was alright. She was all, text me when she's here. Please text me when she's here.
So she wanted to come too. So what happened? We're missing something somewhere to where Kiara's okay with Grace coming over. You have a prior relationship with her. Kiara has a prior relationship with her. And then the morning comes and Kiara wants you both out. What happened? Help me understand. Don't think about it. Just tell me what happened.
She just wasn't in the mood.
Who wasn't in the mood?
Kiara, she wasn't in the mood.
The mood for what?
For us being there.
For who being there?
Me, Isaac, and Grace.
Why?
Because she felt as if we were walking all over her.
Why? Because she's okay with you inviting her over. She was excited about it, is what you just told me. So what changed that she feels like you guys are walking all over her?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
What all did you guys do last night? You guys said you were having fun, having a good time. Tell me more about last night.
We were having fun talking, listening to music, then we listened to music on the TV.
Any alcohol? Any drugs?
No.
No. Are there any alcohol or drugs in the garage?
No.
No. Any alcohol or drugs used by anyone this morning?
No.
No. So back to Grace. You hadn't talked to Grace for a little while, right? Just off and on?
Yes.
What made her comfortable to message you last night and want to come over?
She thought I could be a safe place. That I was a safe person. Because she said herself that she was unsafe in Albuquerque.
And she knew Kiara was going to be there?
Yes.
How did she know Kiara was going to be there?
I had told her.
Going back
back to talking about Kiara and last night and her threatening you with a knife. You described her kind of putting the knife to your face.
Yes.
Right? Was she saying anything to you when she was doing this?
Are you scared of me?
Yeah. Just like that.
What if I dragged it deeper? Mm-hmm. And I was like, please stop, please stop, please stop. And I yelled about 4 times, and the word stop does nothing towards her.
Was that before Grace got there?
Yes. It's like if, take for instance, for example, you told me to stop and I just kept pursuing you. That is basically what I mean. It was a non-stop pursuit of trying to scare me.
Well, let's try to charge a little bit. 3:44 a.m. That was this morning?
Yes.
Okay, let's back up a little more then. Man, you guys message a lot. So all these other messages above where you said those weren't your messages, the rest of these messages are you, right?
Yes.
This is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, we'll start here. Friday at 6:28 p.m. So that would have been yesterday. Are you wanting to go to the store with me? She says, Kiara, I want to stay home. She says, I love you. She's back. Now, Kiara says, have her drop off her shot and the cat and then go to the park. My mom is up ATM. I need a quick escape. I'm going to go to the porch, avoid the porch. Did y'all just get to the garage? Stay in the back room. I'm already on the porch with the door locked. What's going on? I'm thinking to head to the park, okay? I'll let you know when I get there, then you head there. I'll head there shortly. She's with you, yes? I'm here. Yes. We're talking, but we will head there shortly. What does the mushroom mean, whenever she sends you a mushroom?
It's supposed to mean like a mushroom fairy thing that she sends.
A mushroom fairy thing?
Yeah.
What's the meaning behind it, though?
I do not know.
You don't know?
I've tried to figure it out over time, but I cannot figure out what it means because it's always a different meaning.
Okay. I'm sitting at the table. Make it seem as though you promised to meet with a friend. I'm gonna call you and act like you almost forgot. Maybe I should just come home and scare her. I'm bored right now. Should I just come home and go into my room and freak her the fuck out? What's going on there? What is she talking about?
Last night she dressed up with a garb and she had the sword and everything on her. She was walking around the park.
Okay.
In the middle of the night.
Okay. And what?
And after when she said that, like she wanted to freak her out, I just told her, well, just come talk to her. I wanted everything to just get squashed. I wanted it to all end.
Why should I bother talking to her? So it almost seems like Kiara knows she's there, but it doesn't sound like Grace knows anything about Kiara.
Grace knew that Kiara was there.
Kiara was where?
In the main house.
Okay. So then how is she going to surprise her then? How is she going to come home and scare her? Like, what?
She was coming up to the house with her garb and her sword and everything like that. It sounds like a fantastical tale, but she was gonna come up. Apparently she said that she was coming with her sword and then she was gonna come in there and she wanted to also kill me. And she said that over the phone, on a phone call.
Okay. You coming to me or I'm coming to you? Why should I bother talking to her? That's all, Kiara. Then you say, you come to me, I told her you want to talk to her, and no arguing. I'm angry, hon. And then you say, I know, but it's better to reach a common sense of direction. She says, is the door unlocked? I look like a monster, dude. You said, yes. She says, I don't have anything nice to say. You say, I know, but be kind with your words, like when me and you talk instead of violence. Show compassion. She says, thumbs up. You say, you know what I mean. Platypus? Is that what you're saying? Platypus?
Yeah.
Rar, rar. She says, get the conversation rolling, dude. I'm not feeling nice. You're too nice to make me feel good right now. Get her to talk, not just fun stuff. I have things I want to talk about, but she's not going to respond well. She's never been the one to listen. Get her to talk so I have somewhere I can butt in. What is all this? What's going on when she's saying all this?
We were talking, and as it was just at that moment right there, I was the one talking, doing all the talking.
So you guys are already back in the garage at this point, all of you?
Yes.
Okay.
I was doing all the talking, and I was telling her, if you talk, will you please tell her what you gotta say?
What do they have to say? What is she trying to get her to talk about?
They wanted to argue.
About what?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
I have things I want to talk about, but she's not going to respond well. What does she mean? What's the issue between them?
It's because of the breakup that happened in 2017.
Between who?
Her and Grace. Kiara and Grace.
So Kiara wants to talk about that?
Yes.
What about that?
Kiara believed that she could rekindle something.
Last night?
Yes.
Okay. So Kiara had interest in Grace to
Yes.
rekindle something. And how did you feel about that?
I did not want to be a part of it.
But that's your fiance, right?
I didn't want to be a part of it, and I had already told her. I told her in person, saying I don't want to be a part of anything you have to do if you go on and move on forward with anything you do now.
So you invited Grace over there?
Yes.
Okay. I want to play a couple songs, but I don't know how to talk. I'm uncomfortable. Lay your head on me, Brad. Go in the house for a bit. What is going on? Trust me, just go inside for a bit. Just say you need the bathroom. Okay, now we're at 3 a.m. Hey, can I come back? I don't know, can you? Yes. Dagger because it's blunt? What does that mean? Why are you telling her dagger because it's blunt?
She asked me a question in the room, like, what is the difference between the dagger and the sword?
Okay.
And I messaged dagger because it's...
Why is blunt better? She says, you say it cuts like butter. She says, just gonna stab the throat? Is that what she's trying to say?
The thought.
Just gonna stab the thought, yes. Instant or will it take long? What does she mean? Instant. What do we do about the mess? What do we do about the mess? What mess? Will you burn it and I'll buy new blankets and bed? What's going on here, Isaac?
I was talking to her and...
What mess?
She was talking about... she said was gonna stab the thought. And I thought like she was poking the thought that was in her head about her dagger.
Okay, what about the mess? What mess?
She had made a mess in the bed.
What kind of mess?
A poop kind of mess.
A poop kind of mess?
Yes.
Will you burn it and I'll buy new blankets and bed?
Yeah.
But until we can, I love these sheets and my favorite fuzzy blanket is here. I know. Just intense wash tomorrow. Hydrogen peroxide and ice. Washer will get it out, yes. Can you help this time? Yes. I am just waiting for you to make the first move. What does she mean I'm waiting for you to make the first move? She will wait till sleep. Shall we wait till sleep? So She pooped herself last night?
Yes.
And did you guys wash the sheets?
No.
So you guys slept in a bed full of poop?
Yes.
So when we go to the garage later for a search warrant, there's poop on the sheets?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. What are you guys waiting for till sleep? Shall we wait till sleep? Remember when you told me don't be a pussy when I kissed you? Yeah, brat. We will have to take care of the mess ASAP after we finish. We will have to take care of the mess. I thought she already pooped herself. What mess are you guys taking care of?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because I was trying to go on about, remember when you told me don't be a pussy when I kissed you, I was trying to tell her that, bring up something that was a good memory.
Yes, you're in charge of cleanup. Okay. I can't tell if she's falling asleep. It feels like it. Her feet are on my side. I wish you'd make the first move for once. Remember, you'll move up the ranks, plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first. Your first what? Isaac, what the hell happened? Tell me what happened, for real. Can we stop making up lies about these messages? What the hell happened last night?
She was messaging me on planning on how to kill her, and
who was messaging you planning on how to kill who?
Kiara.
Kiara was messaging you on planning how to kill
Grace.
Grace?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
I was only sending a message back, only in correspondence. I just wanted to sleep. That's what I...
Are you sure? Because it sounds like you're planning something with Kiara. Is that what's happening? Don't lie to me. What's happening here? I can see the messages. I'm not dumb. This isn't the first time I've done this. What is happening?
She was planning on killing Grace. I just didn't want a part of it.
It doesn't seem like you're trying to talk her out of it.
And when it comes to the stuff, as I'm talking, telling you, I was only sending a message back in agreement as I turned my back towards.
This isn't agreement. Remember, you'll move up in ranks, plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first. This sounds like you're encouraging her.
Right.
The messages are here, dude.
I know. I know. Right after that, I was trying to fall asleep because I didn't want to be a part of anything.
We're going to keep going through these messages. Tell me since now. Did you help Kiara do this?
No.
No. But you knew it was going to happen.
I knew it was going to happen.
You knew it was going to happen since last night.
I knew it was going to happen since last night, but I just didn't want it to happen because it's a friend of mine.
When did this plan start? Because this was planned.
She planned it out.
Grace planned it out?
No, not Grace. Kiara planned it out.
Kiara planned it out. When? How long had this been a plan for?
She had planned it out since 2020.
Kiara planned to kill Grace since 2020?
Yes.
And you knew about it since 2020?
Yes, and I had been going to counseling because of this.
Okay. And then last night, Grace messages you looking for a place to stay. And that's the opportunity for this?
I didn't see it as an opportunity. I saw it as an opportunity more like, let's squash everything.
Then why are you saying you'll make it up the ranks plus your perks in the black market since this is your first? Because you're talking about killing her here, right? What else could this mean? Remember, you'll move up in the ranks plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first? What else would you be talking about here?
I was trying to talk about something else because I'm trying to get my mind off.
Isaac, really? You're trying to talk about something else there?
Yes. And I'm not...
How do I aim? How do I aim right? Just aim. Well, tell me what you're talking about there.
That's Call of Duty.
That's Call of Duty. Mm-hmm. Tell me when. Okay, I'll give a count. 6, 5, I can't yet, dude. 4, I'm shaking, dude. I know, I lose the nervous. Help me drive it through. Help me drive it through? What do you mean, help me drive it through?
She was asking me to do...
To stab her?
Yes, and I didn't want to do any...
She was asking, help me drive what? The sword, the dagger, the butterfly knife, what?
The dagger.
Help me drive the dagger through Grace. Anger me. I invited Brittany. Who the hell's Brittany?
Brittany's another one of my friends.
You invited Brittany over during all this?
No.
No? But you said I invited Brittany.
I said that just so I could get the whole stop.
That's annoying, not angering. Oh, and if it goes wrong, then what? Question mark. You're cute. How so? Fred, my legs asleep and spasming. I know she is also shivering a lot and I'm ticklish. Sorry, anger me. Well, for once you can't look at your face. What are you talking about?
I had snapped.
You snapped? What do you mean you snapped?
I got between the messages with all the little things. That's when she was poking.
And then,
I snapped.
what do you mean you snapped?
I texted what I texted right there, and I just wanted to go to bed.
Remind me of everything she's done. This could have already if you had done the OG plan. What was the OG plan?
The OG plan was something that she concocted.
Okay, what was that?
She concocted that she was going to kill Grace.
Okay.
And she wanted to do it alone.
Okay. That was the OG plan. Okay. She hurt you and had sold you into sex trade. Had you not flown out after the crash, she would have gone away with making you disappear. Keep going. She is still lying about a lot and she's not willing to admit that. She's the biggest piece of shit. Keep going. She makes you feel horrible for your skin color and your beliefs. I'm going to pretend to sleep so it looks non-conspicuous. Ooh. Tell me about all that.
Right at that moment, I had plugged in my phone for the night, and my phone, this phone right here, would have been on the opposite side of the bed, charging.
And what?
By Kiara.
And what? Oh, these aren't your messages either.
Those are not my messages, because...
Help me, just do it. Be ready to grab her or a trash bag. She is your list. If you can't do it, I'll place on her for you to watch. Want me to do that? This ends now. I'm getting a sword. I can get Christian to help and Chris. This ends now. I know. Dagger, cause the sword will need to be hidden. She is awake. I don't know if I have the strength. Her phone screen is dim. Also, if you can't do it, I'll have them do it and it will still count as your first. I'll just rewrite the report and submit it to the black market heads. What is this report you're going to write to the black market heads? What are you talking about? Don't tell me this isn't you messaging. I know this is you messaging. Be transparent and tell me what's going on here. I could tell this is really eating away at you, that you're having to think of your way around all this stuff. Just tell us the truth of what's happening.
The report with the black market heads was something I have been writing down, and I'm trying to leave. It was something I'm trying to leave behind.
Tell me more about that.
It was a group of dangerous people that I was associated with. And they needed a report, and when I said this was your first on the report, it'll still count as your first. I was telling her, because as I was texting it out, she came and talked to me after she had stopped prodding me. She had talked to me and said, so what now? And I was like, this is going to be your first way out. If you just leave this alone, just stop.
Oh, you were telling her just to stop?
Yes. And she didn't listen.
Okay. This report is submitted to where? How do you submit this? How does it all work?
It gets submitted through an app, not an app, a domain called Skix.
Skix?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
SKYXX.
SKYXX?
Yes.
Okay. And what exactly is that domain?
You can submit all kinds of reports, and you find people that you've lost contact with and stuff like that. And I was going to submit a report and saying, hey, this needs to end, and I already had the report and everything written up.
But it says here you're going to write the report and submit it back. That is her first. Her first what?
Her first way out.
Her first way out?
Yes. Because right after I said her first.
What, you're telling her dagger because the sword will need to be hidden? So you're telling me here that you're telling her it's her way out, but this to me reads like you're telling her her first kill?
It sounds like that, but I was telling her, because she she leaned over like this to talk to me on the bed.
Yeah.
And I told her, this will be your first way out if you just leave it alone.
And if you can't do it, I'll have them do it. You'll have who do it? If you're talking about a way out, how is someone else going to give her a way out?
I actually contacted a friend named Christian. And they already had a ride and everything. They were going to pick up Grace and then take her.
And they would kill her?
No. They were going to take her to their house.
And they'll still count as your first? Okay. I don't think the dagger will go through both hoodies. So she's still talking about killing her. I'm willing to falsify your first. Kiara, let me do this. I'm using Zira? What's Zira?
That's the sword.
Oh, Zira's the name of the sword?
Yes.
And then you say, and deposit your Bitcoin in your crypto wallet. Payment? Some kind of payment? Bitcoin crypto wallet?
It was to get her to shut up.
It was to get her to shut up?
Yes.
You're going to falsify her first and deposit Bitcoin in her crypto wallet to get her to shut up?
Yes.
She says, grab a knife now. You're helping me end this. You say, then end it. She says, I'm done waiting and playing nice. Help me now. Show me the ropes. What is she talking about, show me the ropes?
She was asking me to help her do what she wanted to do to Grace, and I didn't want a part of it.
Well, what you say here is, I am saying just swing and don't regret the aim. So tell me what that means. Just swing and don't regret the aim.
It was me telling her if she was going to do something, she should do it, and I didn't want to be a part of it. I had all my stuff.
What is holding you back? Type it. You're edging her to do this. Come on, Isaac. Look at all these messages, man. You're going to sit here and tell me, you're going to look me in the eye and you're going to tell me that you were trying to talk her out of this? I can see right here you're telling her to do it. What the hell happened last night, man? Why did you want her to do this?
I didn't want her to do this.
Why are you pushing her to do this?
I was trying to, as the messages are going through, she kept coming back and forth to talk to me, and the messages were going through, and I was just like, I had enough, I'm done.
Hope, love, bullshit. You say, well, at what percentage are they? She says, I don't know. You say you still love her, you have hope in her, and you tired of the bullshit she put you through. She says, I want to break her heart. She hurt me more while you were out. You said, how? Then target Jackson. Who's Jackson? And why are you telling her to target Jackson?
I told her to target Jackson and to asking Jackson what happened, why she's asking people to stay at people's houses.
She says, once it's done, there's no one doing it. You say, okay. You say, want the barn? Because you'll get to have a lot of fun with your hunt. And the screams cannot be heard, soundproof walls. What screams cannot be heard? What soundproof walls?
I started talking about a joke, a movie.
Oh, this is about a movie now.
This is a movie.
Okay. Middle of nowhere. Okay.
There is a movie called The Barn, and it's a stupid horror film that I was watching.
Gotcha. But what are you referring to when you say all this in the context of the conversation?
I'm referring to the movie.
You're referring to the movie.
Because she came back to lean over, like, what do you mean by The Barn? I'm like, a movie I watched.
She says, I need this done now. I need that push. But first I need to pee. You say pee. She says, I'm so cold. You say, I know. If you want the barn situated right with your tools, just say yes. She says, please help me now. You say, you can do it, Abby, Durga, Puggle. If you want me set the barn up, she says, now. You send text. She says, I just wish my blankets weren't in the way, and her cats. You say, I know, shit, I forgot she had her cats. How did she hurt you, Puggy? Your DLD is kicking up. Just stop. We'll do the barn for you. You'll also get paid there. So is there another location where this possibly was going to happen?
No.
It's sounding like you're talking about a barn and she'll get paid there. What do you mean?
It was referring to the movie, and the part about paying her was to shut her up and...
She says, can you get hard? You say, maybe. She says, fuck her. Or hold her down flat on her back for me. You say, is she wearing pants? Or she says, shorts. You unsent a message. Unders. She says, I don't know. I doubt it, to be honest. I want to scare her by popping a balloon by her ear. You said, oh God, laugh my ass off. She says, should I? You say, maybe. She says, this isn't helping. He says, what? She says, do something. You say, let's give her false sense of security and I'll set the barn up. It is the hell tunnel. You also say, I'm trying to figure this out. Would y'all be able to meet me at the mall tomorrow after 8? I'll do it. She said, she's fake sleeping. You said, yes. I'm going to take her elsewhere, so be ready Wednesday around 1 p.m. She says, CPTSD episode. You say, close your eyes. This is not good for you. Put on rain sounds. She says, if she's faking, make it seem like we're fighting and fake hurt me. The episode is real. Bit used to advantages. You say CPTSD will make you flip out. I can actually give you a stroke because when it flares, you twitch. She says, it's okay, trust me. You said you will lose mobility to your right side of your body. What's CPTSD?
Chronic post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay. She says, I'll be okay. Let's do this and have her get hurt in the process. You say, how does she get hurt? She says, bring out the knife and miss me. Bring out the knife and miss her. Not yet. Put the knife away. Or go through with it. Start fighting me. Start beating her, please. Have her here's already a trigger. Even hearing her name and seeing her face. You say, why don't you hit me while I fake sleep? She says, make a worse bad guy, no thanks. Not really. She says, just hurt her. Badly, please. She says, this sounds bad, but show me how much you love me. This is when your Hulk side can come out. You say, I know. She says, please. You say, I'm trying to figure out how to bring him out. Bring out the Hulk?
Yeah, it's the anger side.
Why do you want to bring out the anger side?
I didn't want to.
It says here, I'm trying to figure out how to bring him out.
I was under the covers and just sitting still. I was under the blankets.
She says, this is pointless. You won't do it no matter how many opportunities you have. You say, Puggy. She says, you don't love me. I get it. No one does. You say, hit me. She says, my right leg is out of commission. There goes the spasm again. You said, why is it a vibrator? She says, LOL, do something. OW. Not to me, shithead. You say, shithead, we fake fighting? She says, it actually hurts though. OW, my foot is literally up your ass. You say, meep. She says, get out of the blankets and go full Hulk on her. Owie. Come over me, sit on me like when we fight. You say, turn on rain sounds and start fake sleep kicking. She says, okay, there's a tear. You say, what? She says, owie, bring out Hulk. Remember the anger from the night. Feel it, but use it on her, please. Stop with the socks, dude. You say, LOL. She says, voodoo. You say, LOL. Blanket moves. He's like, oh, playtime. She says, I've got a voodoo on me. LOL. Here is a picture. What is this picture?
Here be the cat voodoo.
That's the cat voodoo?
And that's me trying to sleep.
Yeah. She says, can you please finish this now? OW, I'm short. You say, hello, munchkin. She says, I want Smokey. Fucking claw, bro. Stop. Don't make me get you. Please do something about her now. Don't break me again. You say, oh, fuck. You say, get a cat and throw it over by her cats. She says, I can't reach him. Dude, just do something. Hurt her and this. Don't involve the cats. You say, the cat's a distraction. She says, I give up. There's no point in trying anymore. You say, voodoo is pissing them off. She says, yeah, you won't do anything and I physically can't. You have no clue how much this hurts. You say, the list for you was made specifically for you. What list?
It was the grocery list we were talking about.
This is the grocery list?
There was a grocery list that he sent me, which had like beets and carrots and stuff.
Good night. I know it hurts. I just want you to do it so you can feel the rush of adrenaline. What do you want her to do so she can feel the rush of adrenaline?
To go to sleep.
You want her to go to sleep so she feels the rush of adrenaline?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I wasn't having it anymore.
Okay. She says, I physically can't. I need fucking help. But no, you're just playing games. I'm genuinely upset. You say, I'm not playing games. I am wanting to see you do this. She hurt you the most, caused trauma. You're being asked to finish this. You want to see her do what?
I told right after she had sent that, she came over to take off the covers off my head and asked me, what do you want me to do? And I was like, go to sleep.
So you want her to go to sleep because Grace hurt her and caused her drama, and you're asking her to finish it, but you're talking about her going to sleep?
Yes.
I just need help, is what she says. You were doing nothing again, she says. You say, yes, I want to help, but I cannot aid you. I can coach you what to do. You can coach her what to do? What do you mean by coach her?
Telling her to go to bed.
Oh, okay. Text me. Stand up for me once. I feel like I'm gonna vomit. And here's all of these. I'm still fucking awake. Wake up. What? Hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops for a breaking and entering. Hold up, listen. Okay, plan B. Just tell her she needs to leave. Follow my lead, my lady.
Yes.
What do you mean?
So I told her, follow my lead, lady. Follow my lead, my lady. Telling her that I'm gonna just I was getting everybody ready to go.
You were getting everyone ready to go?
Yes.
What's plan B?
Plan B is getting everybody ready to go.
Just tell her to leave, dude. I'm in a mood. I did through Insta, so now what? Operation Kickout, me following the call to the cops once at my family's. How about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted, okay? Show me what you sent her. It worked with Christian. She says she's leaving at 3:30. Still? Yeah, why didn't you pop off my little firecracker? What would you like me to do? Stab her? I don't fucking know. I don't have the energy to do shit. Read what she sent. Is she stupid? Yes. I'm fake getting thrown out. You're fake getting thrown out.
Yes, that's what I call fake getting thrown out, because she kicks me out, and 5 days later she asked me to come back, and it's like, oh, come on. I can't be jumping from place to place.
Yeah, follow my lead, my lady. We can hear you. You say they want me to spend what I have saved for the house. Don't. You said I know not to, and I am not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said okay. She said, you heard that right. You said, yeah. This legendary pink spot Pokemon unless I asked your mom to give me a ride to Target, and you do what is needed. You do what is needed. What is needed?
That was telling her to, because she wanted to talk to me. She wanted to talk to me as I was as I was there, and I told her that Grace's mom was coming there to pick her up.
What?
Grace's mom was coming there to pick her up.
I don't understand. You didn't answer my question. What?
And I told her
What does she need to do that is needed? Simple question.
to leave.
To leave? Who needs to leave?
Kiara needs to leave.
You do what is needed. Does make sense? Her mother's her backup right, okay. Want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target so you can take my stuff into the back room and her mom and your mom don't get into it? Yay or nay? Wait a bit though, okay, how long? Until there's a clue on when she's leaving. She admitted to me when she lived at those apartments, and she was sober then. She admitted to me also back when I first met her calling you crazy. Those are the end of the messages. Tell me about all those messages, man. Sound crazy, don't you think?
I sound crazy, yes.
What's going on there?
I just wanted everything to stop because I got caught in the middle.
You want everything to stop?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I wanted everything to stop because I got caught in the middle of them two's bullshit.
You wanted everything to stop?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll skip forward through these portions that have been stipulated to redaction by the parties.
Great, you tell us everything that happened. Tell us the truth. Tell us everything. It'll be better for you. Things will be a lot better for you moving on if you just come out and you cooperate and you tell us everything that happened. Tell us the truth. Tell us everything. It'll be better for you.
Would I be able to talk to you privately?
Yes. You want her to leave?
Yes.
All right, kick it. Tell me what happened, man. Clear your conscience. What happened? Don't think about it. Just put it all out there. Tell me what happened. They'll feel better.
I'm not thinking. It's just I was asked to help quite a bit in those messages.
Yes, you were.
And I didn't want to help. I didn't want to help. I didn't want to help. Simple fact that it was my friend. So I was trying to find a plausible alternative to get her out of there to safety. And that was when I called my friend Chris and Christian. They were right in the neighborhood. And they were like, well, let's get the area set up for her to go over. And after that, I started sending I sent some messages back to make it sound like I was doing something stupid, but I didn't plan on intending it to happen.
Well, what about all the messages where you're clearly egging her on? And you could tell me you're talking about something else. You're referencing movies.
The one is actually a reference to a movie. That's the only one that I'm going to say.
We'll give you that. We'll give you the benefit of that on that one. But all the other ones that you were saying you meant something else. Come on, Isaac. Come on. You know you were talking about something else, right?
Yes.
You know you were. So if you're going to sit here and tell me that you didn't want this to happen, that you were trying to talk her out of it and push her away from it, the messages don't say that, man. So tell me what really happened. What's the point of all this? Why did this happen?
The point was that
it's over, Isaac. It's over. Look at me. Look at me. It's over, dude. It's over. What you can do from here on out is be truthful and help us understand why this happened. Mistakes happen, dude. You need to own it. Tell me everything. Don't sugarcoat it, don't bullshit it, tell me everything.
I can agree I made a mistake texting back how I sounded. I can agree that she she wanted me to help, and it sounded like I wanted to help. I didn't want to help.
You didn't want to help,
No.
but you wanted her to do it.
She wanted to do it the whole time, and I didn't.
Did you want Kiara?
No.
You did not want her to kill her.
No.
What did you want?
I wanted a peaceful resolve.
So what about all those messages where you're pushing her towards it? That wasn't a peaceful resolve. If I had looked up a stream of messages and it's you telling her, no, be peaceful, don't do it, chill, put the knife away, why are you being like this? That's understandable. That's reasonable. That's in line with what you're telling me. Do you want to go through all those messages again? We sure can. And I can see if you can come up with the same lies again. Do you want to do that?
No.
Then stop telling me you wanted a peaceful resolve when we know you did it, and tell me what happened. Why were you guys doing what you were doing?
I was doing it out of the kindness of my heart to stay, because she needed a place to stay.
Yeah.
And her mom called me.
Let's fast forward to later on, to when you guys are plotting and scheming. Why were you guys doing that? What's the point?
Point was, Kiara was already talking about this quite frequently.
Okay.
About killing people, and she had talked about killing me, her mom, Grace, there's a kid named Sebastian, there's a kid named Ozzy, there's a kid named Brady. The list goes on.
Is that the list that you were referring to in the messages?
No.
No.
That was a grocery list.
That was a grocery list?
Yes.
Okay.
But, as I'm saying is, she wanted to start killing people. I didn't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a part of anybody who kills.
But you were part of it last night, right?
I understand.
Were you or were you not? Look at all the messages you were telling her.
I was a part of the messages sounding schemish and plotty kind of feel. I don't know how to say words now. I was a part of those messages.
What else? What else can you tell me? What time did this actually happen at? What time did the killing actually happen at?
12:47.
It didn't happen when you went to go pee, did it?
It happened when I went to go pee.
So like you said earlier, everything was cool, you went to go pee, you came back and she killed her. Just like that. And you were surprised that she did it.
I was just like, what do I do from here?
You hadn't thought that far.
What do I do from here? And she's all, we'll dispose, I'm gonna get Al and Kiara, we're gonna get together to dispose of the body. And I was like, oh no.
You thought, oh no?
I thought, oh no.
But you're messaging her throughout the whole night, talking about this happening. Talking about stabbing her and wait till she's asleep, and you're egging her on. But then this happens and you're like, oh no. You haven't seen the garage, right? I've seen what it looks like. I don't think that happened in the 30 seconds to 2 minutes that it took you to go inside and pee. There's a lot of injuries there is what it looks like.
I was not involved with any of it. I was inside the house. To pee. was inside the house to pee.
What's Kiara gonna tell me? Because you don't gonna talk to her.
I don't know what she's gonna tell you.
Have you been truthful to me this whole time?
I have tried to be truthful.
You tried to be truthful, but you haven't the whole time, right? You've sprinkled some lies in there here and there. Can you at least give me the respect of that?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm an idiot.
What do you mean?
I'm some dumbass.
You're not dumbass. Don't put yourself down.
It's all that everybody calls me.
Isaac, I'm not calling you that right now. I think you're making a mistake.
I know you don't call me that, but everybody calls me that. Everybody calls me dumbass or idiot.
Is it true? Do you feel you're a dumbass or you're an idiot?
I don't.
Then who cares what people say, man? You know what I think? You know what I think, Isaac? I think you made a mistake. That's all I think. I think you made a mistake last night and today.
Only thing I want to do is go with my mom and dad.
Okay, well, before we get to that point, I would like the truth from you. The full truth. Are you ready to give that to me?
Yes.
Hit it. Say it all, don't censor it, tell me everything that happened.
Those messages were me telling her how to plan it out.
Okay. Keep going.
And when in the morning, throughout the night, I was getting prodded. We got told to leave. I was told to leave, so was Grace. And I started packing my bags. When I finished packing, I had to go pee. Came back. There was a dead person in there, Grace. Well, what seemed dead. And from there, all I decided to do was call my mom. Because my mom's my safe spot. My mom's the only person that I really can go to. I did something stupid. I partook in being involved in some stupid text messages, and I'm a dumbass. I'm the idiot. That's me being truthful, sir.
Did you want this to happen to Grace?
I do not want it to happen to Grace.
So then why all the messages last night?
I wanted it to happen to me.
Well, your messages didn't say that.
I wanted it to happen to me. I don't know if you know, but I've been going through a lot lately.
Sergeant Vigil, before we go to the third clip, when we went through the messages as they've been admitted through Facebook, the emojis don't come through. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said that for the most part they're the mushroom emojis. That
Yes.
okay. Do you recall in the message that states, if you can't do it, I'll place a emoji on her for you to watch?
Objection leading.
I need to lay a foundation for my question on evidence that's already been. Do you recall all of the emojis that were utilized?
Not specifically from memory, their exact layout within the context of the investigation, but I do remember seeing them.
Okay. And on a specific question, or on a specific message that began, if you can't do it, do you recall the specific emoji that was utilized?
Was it the skull and crossbones, I believe?
On the one that stated, if you can't do it, I'll place a blank emoji on her for you to watch. Do you recall offhand what that was?
I do not know.
And did you document the phone as it appeared when you were going through it?
Yes, so after that interview, I took the phone and I used my department work phone and I photographed all of these messages that were just laid out there. And the reason for this was to preserve them just in case something unforeseen would happen, such as the extraction not be successful of the phone, or there not be any other way to recover it, and somehow the phone gets erased, or just out of caution, I wanted to take some physical pictures of those messages to preserve them.
And would looking at a physical picture refresh your recollection as to which emoji was used in the, if you can't do it, I'll place a blank on her for you to watch?
Yes, absolutely.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Vigil, I'm going to approach you a document, review it, and will re-ask my answer until I re-ask my question.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I remember.
Sergeant Vigil, examining the document, refresh your recollection as to the specific emoji that was used in the, if you can't do it, I'll place a blank on her for you to watch.
Yes, it was a picture of a target, like a bow and arrow target.
So now at this time, I'll play the third video clip of your interaction with Isaac Apodaca.
Number is 971-381-0111.
That is Kiara's.
That's Kiara's. Okay. What do you mean here when you say that? Puggle, I am wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy.
I wanted her to just end it off. And I do mean what it means in that text.
You meant what it says in that text?
Yes.
Why? Come on, man. Help me make sense of all this, dude.
She was bringing great suffering to Kiara and
Who was?
Grace.
Grace was bringing great suffering to Kiara,
Yes.
and that's why you wanted Kiara to kill Grace?
Not just.
What do you mean, not just?
Something that I hate to do this to you all, but Kiara was actually a part of back in 2017. Were you able to close the door so I can tell you this?
Sure. Go for it.
This is more. Back in 2017, Kiara, Grace, as they were going out, Grace decided to decided to sell Kiara.
I saw that in the messages.
Into sex slaves. And that is actually how Kiara lost her virginity. It was by force.
I see.
She had reported the report to Santa Fe Police Department, and they had actually done nothing. And with that text messages, I just meant what I said.
So did you want Grace dead kind of because of all that?
I did.
Okay. It's understandable, man.
I don't like it when people hurt people.
I can tell.
And when I said I hate to bring it down on y'all, it's not you guys, it's the individuals, it's the people at that time.
Yeah. I see.
They did nothing about it, and I had to sit there with a detective that was like, oh, all we can do is just keep an eye out for these people.
It didn't feel like enough. I still don't think all this happened in the time you went to go pee. Did you watch this happen?
I did not watch this happen.
Did you help?
No.
Would you have helped had you had the opportunity?
No.
But you did want Kiara to kill Grace. So had it happen in front of you, would you allow it to happen?
No.
But you wanted it to happen.
I wouldn't have allowed it if it happened in front of me. I would have, if it was started exactly like I thought it, exactly how people thought it would have started, I would have just separated the two. And technically, this is the stupidest thing I say to myself, and I'll probably say it too to me that I'm saying something stupid about myself. I'm the human punching bag. I take everybody's hits. I also need the bathroom, but I don't.
I'll have the guy take you now. Do you feel a little bit better now that we kind of got it all out? It sucks when you kind of keep things in like that, you know? Part of healing is being honest and letting everything out.
Part of healing is being honest, letting everything out. Just another demon in my closet that I gotta fight.
Well, we all have those, right? They're just in different forms.
I have 3 demons that I don't like. One came in the form of people when I was a dumbass kid. Just put it like that. We were all dumbass kids when we were little. I decided to steal from Walmart, and never again will I do that, because now a lot of kids look up to me and it's like, no.
Yeah. You don't want to set that back.
Right, just a few more questions, Sergeant Vigil. We heard Mr. Apodaca say that there was a second phone located on the refrigerator bedside table in the garage, and we heard from CST Maria Tena that there was a cell phone that was collected from that location. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and was that cell phone, that secondary cell phone, was an extraction performed on that phone?
Yes, an extraction was performed.
And what, if anything, was recovered from that cell phone that was on the refrigerator next to the bed?
When I went to review the extraction data on it, there wasn't anything on it. It was an empty extraction.
No data at all?
No data.
Speaking of extractions, we saw evidence that there was a phone that was recovered from underneath Grace's body. Do you recall that phone?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to utilize a password to determine who that phone belonged to?
Yes, it belonged to Kiara McCulley.
Okay, and were you able to go and obtain an extraction on that on that phone?
Yes, I was. After I got a search warrant for that phone, I transported the phone to RCFL in Albuquerque, the Regional Communications Forensic Laboratory. And under the guidance and supervision of one of the technicians there, I performed the extraction myself.
Okay. And after you personally performed that extraction, did you review it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as to the SMS text messages on that phone, were you able to compare those to the SMS text messages extracted off of Isaac Apodaca's phone?
Yes, I was, and they were consistent. They were the same.
Okay. Thank you. Sergeant, how long does an investigation last?
It really depends on the investigation. This one, for example, started October 29th, well, technically the 28th of 2022, and there's been follow-up investigation and work that needs to be done on it all the way to today.
And going to late 2025, did you conduct any follow-up interviews?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were there any individuals that you made contact with that ended up being relevant to your investigation?
Yes, I did. Miss Kiana Aguilar, who gave testimony the other day.
We heard Isaac Apodaca state that there was a 2017, more or less a gang rape against Kiara, essentially orchestrated by Grace. In the course of your investigation, did you go looking for SFPD reports for any such allegation?
Yes, I did, but I didn't find anything like that.
So, Your Honor, for purposes of the record, we'd previously admitted states 7 through 17. We have, pursuant to our discussions outside the presence of the jury, now have 7A through 17A inclusive.
Yes.
So, Sergeant Apodaca, have you had the opportunity to listen to recorded phone conversations between Isaac Apodaca and Linda Montoya?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And having listened to those conversations, do you recognize the voice of the male speaker in those conversations?
Yes, it's Mr. Apodaca.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7A through 17A inclusive.
Any other objections?
No objection.
17A through 7A are admitted. So originally, if you recall, when we talked about these the first time, it was 7 through 17. These are now the portions which the court has ruled are appropriate before you for your consideration.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to publish.
We'll do this, and we'll probably recess for the day, and I'll give some final instructions. 4:50.
Beginning with the one labeled, and on these exhibits, Sergeant Apodaca, are the dates of the conversations listed on the exhibit?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. On the disc containing these actual recorded conversation clips, are the dates of the conversations listed on each exhibit?
Oh, yes, yes.
So beginning with the one,
Hold on, get the monitor.
yes. And when I have it open on my screen, it'll play when I click. So beginning with 1/8 of 2023, which is actually 11A.
So here's 3 things. Here's 4 things, 5 things that you should know about that night. You texted me and I said I was sick, correct?
Right. You know what?
I was sick.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't have my phone because it was charging.
Yeah.
3, this are not mine. 4, I was handed my phone that
Mm-hmm.
day after Kiara did whatever she did.
Uh-huh.
And then 5, I was at AP Wireless the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So the detective coercing me into saying something that I didn't even do.
Moving to the clip labeled 11423, labeled as States 12A.
I know I'm innocent. I know I didn't do anything. The text messages aren't mine. Everything that I've been saying is the truth.
Moving to clip labeled 11823, which is States Exhibit 13A.
That night, I woke up late, asked for a ride, because Kiara gave me a list, a grocery list, to go to Walmart to get some groceries, because she wanted to make a stew or something.
Uh-huh.
So I did that, and came back, had the groceries put in and everything, but left my phone in the garage.
Uh-huh.
And then and then I came back because I cooked some chicken strips. I think I remember telling you about the chicken strips that I like.
Mm-hmm.
You remember them?
Yeah. Well, I don't remember the name, but...
Then after that, Grace came over. Kiara went into the main house to get prepared for something, and she took her sword with her. You hear?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm hearing you, but...
Yeah. So, and then after she did that, she went to the park and walked. Well, what she told me was she went to the park and walked around with her sword unsheathed. There was going back and forth to that area, and they didn't even do anything.
Uh-huh.
So how does that sound when you have somebody else there walking around with a sword unsheathed?
I don't know.
At the park in the middle of the night.
We didn't hear nothing.
I know. But after that, I was trying to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm trying to go to bed, Kiara was over there using like a plate. and rubbing it against my back. A knife. I did eventually get sleep for an hour, and then I had my phone thrown at me, and my phone was at 14%. I thought it was charged when I gave her the phone after I texted, I'm still sick to you. So I gave her the phone. Are you here?
No. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Are you?
Yes, I'm hearing you, sir.
Okay. Well, and then after I did that, I called y'all because I was supposed to leave. Then I went back after the call. I went back inside the garage to start packing up my stuff. And then that's when she told me that she wanted me back in a few days. I already made my decision that I was going to leave the relationship.
Going now to 120 of 23, which is on disc 14, States Exhibit 14A.
And that was through Isaac Apodaca?
Yeah.
And then the other one, like I told you, I don't remember if I told you, but he had another Facebook account called Null Void. And she's like, "What? Who's Null Void?" I said, "It's a Marvel character."
He's a villain.
Yeah, but I just said he's a Marvel character. And then she's like, "Oh, okay." And said, "I got text messages at night." So I sent them to her? Yep. I sent them to her. I also sent her the one from Facebook, Isaac Apodaca, because I blocked that account because it was being hacked.
Yeah,
So actually send it to me.
I'm still trying to figure out who hacked it because it didn't seem like it was her. It didn't seem like it was Mary Lou.
Going to 122.
I texted Grace that morning telling her, "We're in danger, me and you. Let's get out of here as soon as possible."
That was 122.23 on 15A. Sergeant Beale, did you ever see any text messages from either of Isaac Apodaca's accounts or phones to Grace Jennings about being in danger?
No, not that I can recall.
Going to 16A, which is 213.23.
Here's something that I want everybody to know, whoever may be listening. I'm going to say this. Kiara McCulley is a manipulator, a narcissist, and a person who knows how to use words, the same type of words there's words that the Russian KGB agents use, sleeper agents. There's certain words that trigger me that she used to use, like "prove your love to me." That is one word, that is a phrase to me that makes me say things on impulse without thinking of the consequences.
Okay.
That's why I say that confession is a bogus confession, because when the detective said that, I said something stupid, thinking that I was going to go home on the promise that he said I was going to go home.
Oh, okay.
See, I had nothing to do with this whole situation. Nothing, except calling 911 after you called 911.
Yeah.
That's all I did.
Going to 17A, which is dated 4/9/2023 on the disc.
Yeah, this whole situation with what I'm facing is annoying because she went and did everything alone, on her own, willingly and out of her own free will.
Yeah.
And she's trying to play it out like I'm Charles Manson.
Going to 7A, which was 11/30 of 2022.
The date of which everything happened.
Oh.
And I told her I didn't know anything was going to happen.
Go to 3 audio clips on 9A, which are all on 12/2/22.
She's trying to switch up the story and say I helped her. I did not help her. I wish I could talk to my attorney today, but...
No, you'll see her on Monday.
I know. It's just that whole story that the news is portraying. It made me feel horrible.
Is that the word? text messages.
Yeah.
That's the last time I heard about it.
Yeah, they said
It was on the newspaper.
they said there was text messages, but the text messages weren't even mine. And you can, if you were able to see the text messages, you would be able to tell, like, oh, this is so-and-so. This is Kiara talking. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
It's
That's
just,
so much stuff. Hold on.
huh?
I'm trying to look for it.
Okay. It's just messed up that I'm dealing with a situation that she got me involved in. I have hope. Pray to God. I have nightmares about what
Hold on.
And the third clip for this exhibit on 12/2 of 2022.
that morning, I just felt like something bad was going to happen, and that's why I called y'all, and I called y'all to pick me up.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you guys couldn't pick me up because you guys were out delivering, but I don't know what else would have been my other choice to do.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to contact everybody on Facebook to help, but nobody responded.
All right, the final two clips. The first one is on 8A, labeled 12/2/22 as well.
I was going to the police station. She was smiling, singing, laughing, everything in the police station while I was just there. It's like, why am I here? Why am I involved? I was getting frustrated, and I don't know if the detective talked to you, but the detective told me that I had to back up, give him some space.
Mm-hmm.
So I was getting upset. So I wasn't the one involved.
And finally, states 10A, 12/5 of 2022.
What I was going to say was, they're going to go through the text messages and the things, and with the verbiage and the wordage on how I used it.
Yeah.
I'm going to check everybody how I texted in
Yeah.
Those texts don't match the same way I text theirs. The case
Yeah.
done. But they said that it was a willful act to commit, but they are seriously doubting that I wasn't even a part of it.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the evening. Just looking at where we are, this witness will be on the stand tomorrow morning for cross-examination, and we do have, it looks like a full day tomorrow. So what I mentioned last week looks like it's going to happen. Looks like we probably will go into Wednesday, and just for safety's sake, you should also look at Thursday. You may be seated in the courtroom. Let's go back on the record. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Attorneys and I have met. We've got a pretty full day, so we're going to get started immediately. We continue where we left off yesterday. Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Right. Good morning, Detective.
Hey, good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
We had a long day yesterday.
Yes.
Thanks for coming back. Detective, you advised Mr. Apodaca at the beginning of the interview that he was essentially not considered a suspect, correct?
That's correct. At that time and at that point in the interview, I had no indication that he was a suspect.
Okay. And you'd say that he had done nothing wrong, correct?
At that time, that was what I knew.
And in fact, you were even talking about Halloween plans with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You, though, believed him to be a suspect, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You believed him to be a suspect as the interview progressed, or from the onset of the interview?
I didn't believe him to be a suspect until we got the consent to go through his phone, and I started seeing some of the messages that indicated that he might have had further involvement than I originally knew about.
Okay. At what point during the interview, Detective, did Mr. Apodaca's status change from non-suspect to suspect in your assessment?
I would say approximately in the second video that we watched yesterday, where we're going through his phone and we're manipulating it together, and I start to see certain aspects of the messages that are not consistent with his statement and start reflecting or indicating that he had some knowledge of what was going to happen before the homicide was committed. That's when my opinion changed.
Okay. And Detective, you told Mr. Apodaca the interview was more information gathering and just trying to have a conversation, correct?
Yeah, pretty much all police interviews are information and fact gathering. We're trying to figure out what happened.
And it would be safe to categorize this police conversation as an interrogation, correct, Detective?
No, I would classify it as an interview.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a bit. But at the time you made the statements, had you already reviewed, or that at the time that Mr. Apodaca made the statements, had you already reviewed the messages between Mr. Apodaca and Ms. McCulley discussing what they were discussing?
Can you clarify the time frame that you mean?
Towards the middle of the interview, maybe after the first break?
After the first break, I had not manipulated the phone whatsoever. It wasn't until I obtained the written consent from Mr. Apodaca and he informed me that there was no password on his phone that we opened the phone together. And those messages, as you see them played on the interview of part 2, was my very first time seeing those messages.
Okay. And you asked Mr. Apodaca to be truthful and told him you would be upfront with him, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And when you told Mr. Apodaca you didn't do anything wrong multiple times during the interview, you didn't necessarily believe that statement to be true, correct?
So if you're referring to the first portion of the interview, at the conclusion of it, when I tell him, hey, I don't feel like you did anything wrong, that was genuinely how I felt at the time. I even told him, from what I can tell, and those are the key words, from what I can tell, you have been completely honest with me. It wasn't until the second interview where we're going through the phone that that evidence showed dishonesty, in my opinion.
Okay. And when you obtained consent to search Mr. Apodaca's phone by telling him it would help him get his phone back sooner rather than later, that was somewhat of an interrogation tactic, correct?
No, not at all. So, and we can replay the interview if you'd like, sir. But I tell Mr. Apodaca, don't quote me directly, but I tell him I want to make sure you have all the information so you can make an informed decision. And I let him know with our phone, if we do end up getting a search warrant, this is the process for it. This is the timeline for it. If you give consent, this is the process here. Here's the paperwork. Take as much time as you'd like to review it. I would want the same thing if I were in his shoes. I would want all the information possible before I make a decision about what's going to happen with my personal property.
Okay. And you didn't tell Mr. Apodaca that obtaining a search warrant versus consent would affect or not affect whether criminal charges would be filed against him, correct?
No, I did not feel that was appropriate, and Mr. Apodaca did have a right to counsel, which was covered in the advisement of rights at the very beginning of the interview with him.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca stated that he was scared and wanted to go to his parents' house, correct?
I'm not sure exactly what part of the interview that was in.
But he did communicate that during the interview, correct?
Maybe something like that, but I can't remember the context or exactly what was said at this time.
Okay. And Detective, when you first met Isaac on that day during what I characterize as an interrogation on October 29, 2022, you explicitly told him, I have no reason to believe you to be a suspect right now, correct?
Yes, as we covered at the beginning of the interview, the first part, before we got into the messages that showed some conflictions with the facts of the case that I learned to that point, at that point, I did have no reason to believe he was a suspect, but things change in the course of the interview.
And Detective, you've done many of these interviews, interrogations, conversations, whatever you want to call them, with suspects and persons of interest, correct?
Yes, I'd classify them as interviews, yes.
You have a rough idea of how many you've done?
To this point in my career or to that point in that date of the incident?
Okay, and you would consider yourself good at what you do, correct?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And generally speaking, lying is a tactic in police interrogations, correct?
Lying can be a tactic within police interrogations. In my experience, that is a risky maneuver and can be something that disrupts the trust between yourself and whoever you're speaking with within the interrogation or interview, rather. It's not something that I would commonly or frequently lean on as a practice.
Okay. Now, you reiterated to Mr. Apodaca, as far as you could tell from everyone you had talked to, he had not done anything wrong, correct?
Again, I feel like we keep saying the same question over and over again, but at the time of the first interview, I did not believe he had done anything wrong. It wasn't until the second interview where we came across the messages where my opinion changed.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get at is, you communicated to him and you made it known to him that he did not do anything wrong, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay, I'll move on. You observed firsthand that Isaac was kind of freaking out, for lack of a better phrase, and visibly scared?
At what point, sir?
I mean, throughout the interview, but certainly as the interview was progressing,
Can you clarify what you mean by freaking out?
that he was kind of panicking, he was a little anxious, he was nervous.
I would agree that he was anxious and nervous, which is a common behavior by people being interviewed. They can sometimes be nervous about what's happening. I would imagine especially so if they have any guilt on their conscience at all. But as far as any anxiety, I would say no. I think at one point in the interview, I even offered Mr. Apodaca an ambulance or medical care if he ever felt like he needed it, which he never requested.
Okay. And without going into anything that Ms. McCulley had stated in her interview, Kiara McCulley, their interviews were a stark contrast as far as demeanor is concerned, correct? Isaac's and Kiara's? Safe to say that Kiara was pretty even-keeled, not as anxious or concerned as Mr. Apodaca appeared to be?
I would not say that. I would say they both had their own separate demeanors that were unique in their own ways.
Okay. Now, Isaac agreed to do the interview, correct?
Yes, he did.
Isaac spoke to you, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, throughout the interview, Isaac denied hurting Kiara, correct? Or hurting Grace, correct?
Yes, throughout the entirety of the interview, from what I can recollect and from watching the video yesterday, at no point did Isaac ever say that he directly harmed the victim, Grace.
Okay. And Isaac remained cooperative throughout the investigation?
Define cooperative, sir.
I mean, he didn't ask the lawyer up. He basically answered all of your questions.
He did not request an attorney. He did answer all my questions. Now, he did not answer all the questions truthfully, which can be a form of not being cooperative.
So, Detective, if we can just limit it to what, my question is, Isaac didn't refuse any questioning, correct? Yes or no?
He did not refuse any questioning.
Okay. No. On the second part of the interview he did with you, essentially cooperated throughout, I don't know, about the hour and a half, hour, 40 minutes of that interview, correct?
Until the point where he was lying about the messages, then he was uncooperative.
So, Detective, what I'm trying to ask is, he did not refuse to answer questions, and he never got confrontational during the questioning, correct?
Yes, if that's the question, he answered all questions and did not become confrontational.
Okay, and Detective, are you familiar with the Reed technique of interrogation?
No, I'm not. I'm familiar with it, but I have not gotten any formal training in the Reed technique.
Okay, do you understand that that is a technique that is used by detectives around the country in regards to police conversations, interrogations, discussions, different things with suspects and persons of interest?
If it's a taught technique, then I imagine it is used within law enforcement, but it's not a technique that I've been trained in, no.
Okay. And Detective, false confessions often occur though, correct? Based
Objection,
on
Your Honor. 702. May we approach?
Come on up.
Detective, when you're doing interrogations, is minimization a tactic that's used?
Can you define what you mean by minimization?
Minimizing what the seriousness of the offense, or maybe just discussing different things like how he's excited about Halloween and different things. Are you trying to somewhat loosen up the atmosphere for lack of a better term?
The discussion about Halloween was just conversation before the interview, and somewhat building rapport is prior to the start of the interview.
Okay. And implied promises, is that another tactic that could be used in interrogations?
Are you referring to in general or in this case?
In general and in this case.
I cannot and will not speak to in general what may or may not be used. I'm not a subject matter expert in interviews. I only have experience in training. In this particular case, I cannot recall making any promises and breaking them.
Okay. You did state you'll be going home?
Can you refer to what part of the video I promised the defendant that he'd be going home?
Early on in the video?
I don't recall making a promise that he would go home.
But when you were discussing Halloween and different things, it sounded like once he talks about what's going on, he'll be free to leave.
That wasn't my intention with talking about Halloween, implying that he'd be free to leave.
Okay.
We were just talking.
Certainty of guilt, is that a tactic that was used in this interrogation, Detective?
I don't know what that is, sir.
Okay, I'm not an idiot, Isaac. What happened? I mean, basically, you're saying he's pretty much guilty and that he would have to accept that narrative.
I would consider that cross-referencing things that I had seen on the phone, evidence I'd seen on the phone, and crossing that with statements he had made and how they don't make sense, and me trying to gather a statement that was consistent with the evidence that I had seen.
So basically, Detective, as the interview progressed, you wanted Isaac to confess to killing Grace.
I wanted the truth, and I said that multiple times in the interview. I wanted the truth from him.
Okay. And Isaac finished off the interview by saying, I didn't want it to happen to Grace?
I don't recall what the exact last statement was from Isaac in the interview.
Okay. Now, you took very few breaks during the entire interview, correct, Detective?
We took a total of 3 breaks during the course of approximately 2.5 hours, sir.
How long was each break?
Each break was approximately 5 to 10 minutes, I'd say.
Okay. And during the breaks, was the defendant permitted to leave the interrogation room?
Prior to starting the interview at the very beginning, the defendant was asked if he needed water or the restroom. In between each of the breaks, I don't recall if we ever asked the defendant if he needed the restroom or water. Had he ever asked for it, he would have absolutely gotten a restroom or water break, but I don't recall him ever requesting or asking for anything.
Okay. And was the defendant alone during the breaks?
Yes.
Okay. And at no point did the defendant ask to stop the interrogation, correct?
No.
In fact, you had said that you needed a bathroom break in between, correct?
I did not say bathroom break, but after our first approximately hour's worth of interview, I said that I would like a break, and that break was mostly to prepare the consent to waive phone record. I wanted to pre-fill that out and have that ready to review with the defendant.
Okay, and you don't know if the defendant had adequately slept or was rested or had any sleep prior to the interrogation, correct?
It was approximately 3:30 p.m. when the investigation began. A reasonable person sleeps during the nighttime hours.
So let's just limit it to my question without speculating. You don't know if the defendant slept prior to the interrogation?
I did not know what his patterns were before the interrogation.
Okay. And a better question may be whether he was sleep deprived.
I don't know if he was sleep deprived before the interview, no.
I mean, people work different hours, people have different hours of sleep. It's very plausible that he had not slept in quite some time.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
I'll move on, Judge.
Sustained.
Okay. Describe the interrogation room, Detective.
The interview room is, I would classify it as somewhat of a smaller room. Rough dimensions, maybe approximately 8 foot by 8 foot, 12 foot by 12 foot, somewhere in that area. There is a table in the middle of it, a chair on one side, typically where the person being interviewed seats, and the person being interviewed can be a suspect, a witness, anyone. On the other side of the table is typically the case agent or whoever is conducting the interview, and then there might be an extra chair or two within that room in case, depending on the circumstance, there's other people that are going to be present during the interview. Aside from that, the interview room is pretty plain. I don't recall if there's any like art or paintings or anything hung up in there. But aside from that, the interview room is monitored and recorded with both recording and video equipment.
How many exits were there in the room, Detective?
And there's one point of entry and one point of exit.
Okay. And repeat the dimensions again, Detective?
Approximately, and I'm not in construction or anything like that, but approximately maybe somewhere between 8 feet by 8 feet or 12 feet by 12 feet. maybe a little smaller, maybe a little bigger. I don't know for sure, sir.
Okay. And was the defendant told that the door was locked at any point?
I don't believe he was ever advised if the door was locked.
Okay. Now, can you describe your position relative to the defendant?
During the interview, sir?
Yeah.
Across from the defendant, as seen in the video?
Yes, Detective.
Yeah, I was seated across the table from the defendant.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Did the defendant ask for food or water?
Not that I can recall. Did he ever request food or water?
Was food or water provided?
No, just the initial water break before the interview began at around 3:30 p.m.
Okay. And were you standing over the defendant at any point?
No.
Okay. You remember what the temperature was in the room, generally?
A comfortable temperature, somewhat similar to this.
Okay. Now, you suggested to Isaac that talking would help him, correct?
I don't remember the exact language I used, but something along the lines of being truthful would be best.
Okay. And again, in that situation, I understand minimizing could be a term of art and all that, minimizing the scenario and all that, but just from your basic understanding of what minimizing a situation is, you are trying to minimize the seriousness of the situation, correct?
No.
By trying to build rapport, small talk, isn't that just making him feel more comfortable and trying to minimize the seriousness of why he's there?
Making him feel more comfortable is different than minimizing the situation. Someone died that day. That's a very serious thing to me.
Okay. Detective on the side, who trained you on these interrogation, interview, conversation methods?
I've received various perspectives and trainings on interviews, both from on-the-job training, from watching other detectives train or conduct interviews. I attended a peace interview course in 2022 prior to this incident. And then at both of the basic and advanced homicide investigation courses that I attended, they cover topics of interview training.
And you stated you were in the Air Force?
No, in the United States Marine Corps.
The Marine Corps, excuse me. Yeah, and then thank you for your service. And in the Marine Corps,
thank you.
You were certainly trained extensively. Were you trained in interrogation tactics or any of that?
No, I was never trained in interrogation tactics. I was a military police officer, so we received interview training in there as well.
Interview training?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Now, you told the defendant that or kind of asked him if he feels better or if he would feel better by letting loose and telling him or telling you essentially what you wanted to hear, correct?
No, not what I wanted to hear. I wanted the truth.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant took any medication during or prior to the interrogation, Detective?
No, I don't know about medication.
Okay. And did you inquire into any potential medical conditions that he may have?
No, not that I can recall, no.
Okay, so you're not aware of any medications that he may have taken regularly, correct?
No, the only questions I asked him pertained to alcohol and drug use during the incident, or if there was any evidence of that at the scene. I did not ask about any medication or medical diagnoses.
Okay, now you sure that the defendant actually understood your questions?
I felt like he understood my questions, yes.
Okay, but he did appear to be a little bit anxious?
Anxious and nervous, yes.
Okay. You're not trained to recognize psychological distress, are you?
Define psychological distress, and in what context?
Well, I'm asking the question, Detective. So, I mean, psychological distress is what it is. I mean, essentially, did he seem to be under any sort of mental distress, any sort of anxiousness, anything that you believe that could be problematic to getting a proper answer out of it?
One compound.
I'm clarifying his question to me.
You can finish your question.
Okay.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Judge.
Can you repeat the question? I got lost there.
Okay. So are you trained to recognize psychological distress?
No.
Okay. Did you document the defendant's emotional state at all? Yes or no, Detective?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You didn't inquire as to the defendant's educational background or whether he had difficulty reading, did you, Detective? Yes or no?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. And you do understand that age, experience, education, background, and intelligence are relevant factors when dealing with waivers of rights and things of that sort, correct, Detective?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after the defendant made his statements, you pretty much ended the interview, correct?
Are you referring to the conclusion of the third video when we were done with the interview? Was the
I mean,
interview?
as soon as he made the statement that you wanted him to in regard to what you believed was incriminating, you pretty much ended the interview, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Come on up.
Now, Detective, during the interrogation, you told Isaac, dude, I'm not dumb when you were pressuring him to change his account, correct?
Can you say the question again, sir?
You told Isaac, dude, and I'm not dumb, right?
Yes, I believe that was said by me at some point during the interview, yes.
So you're basically, that was a tactic to pressure him to change his account, correct?
No, not at all. That was me looking at the...
Yes or no? Are you saying no?
Can you rephrase the question to see if it's a yes or no question?
Well, that's what I said. I said you were pressuring him to change his account, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Mr. Apodaca stated he wanted a peaceful resolve.
He did state that.
You didn't explore what actions he took to achieve a peaceful outcome, did you, Detective? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. When you never investigated agreements that Mr. Apodaca could have made to remove Grace from danger, yes or no?
Can you rephrase the question? Or can you say the question again?
Okay. You never further investigated any attempts Mr. Apodaca made to remove Grace from danger, correct? Yes or no?
That's false.
No, you did not.
I did do, like, your phrasing of your question is confusing me. I'm disputing what you're asking.
Okay, so you're saying no.
Can you say the question again?
Okay. You did not further investigate anything that Mr. Apodaca may have done to remove Grace from danger.
Yes, I did.
Okay. But you basically formed a narrative during that interview that you wanted Mr. Apodaca to agree to. Correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You told Mr. Apodaca, it's over, Isaac. It's over. You need to own it. You were trying to obtain a confession at that point, were you not, Detective?
Your Honor, objection as to form and badgering.
Not badgering him at all. I mean, asking a
Ask
question.
the question again.
Okay. You told Mr. Apodaca, it's over, Isaac. It's over, and you need to own it. You were trying to obtain a confession, were you not, Detective?
No.
Okay. Not trying to be overly dramatic, but maybe I was. Okay. You created a narrative, again, before you started interviewing Mr. Apodaca, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, false evidence can often be presented to ascertain a narrative, correct?
It can, hypothetically.
So essentially lying can be a tactic in interrogations or interviews?
Are you asking me to speculate?
I mean, in your training and experience, Detective?
Generally speaking, anything is possible, yes.
Okay. And eventually you basically got Isaac to agree with stuff you were just telling him, correct?
No,
You agree that Isaac was kind of a people pleaser?
I don't agree.
Your Honor.
Counsel approach.
Okay, Detective. I mean, you can answer that as a yes or no question. Your observation that Isaac come across as a people pleaser.
No,
Was he kind of trying to become your friend almost in that interview?
no.
Okay. You did tell Mr. Apodaca that things would be a lot better for you moving on if you just come out and you cooperate, correct?
Yes, I did state that.
Okay. Mr. Apodaca repeatedly said, I mean, he did say he was scared and he was shooken up, correct?
I don't recall the exact verbiage he used.
Okay. Hear that. And then you didn't consider that his mental state might affect the reliability of his statements?
Can you say the question again?
You never considered whether his mental state might affect the reliability of his statements, yes or no?
No.
Okay. You acknowledged that you stated that Mr. Apodaca made a mistake. You were essentially presenting a narrative that you wanted him to agree to at that point, correct, Detective?
No, not correct.
Okay. You told Mr. Apodaca he was going to jail that night, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you had not completed your investigation before making that assertion, correct?
No, the investigation carried on for several years.
Okay. And you had not interviewed Kiara McCulley by that time, correct? When you made that statement?
No, I had not.
Okay. Now, you've been sitting through this entire trial, right? You've been observing the witnesses, testifying, everything that's going on. There's absolutely no physical evidence linking Isaac Apodaca to the killing of Grace Jennings, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Answer the question.
The answer stands.
Thank you.
Objections overruled.
Based on your investigation and everything you've observed in trial this week and last week, and throughout your investigation, you have no evidence that Mr. Apodaca was even present in the garage when Grace Jennings was killed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
So, Detective, based on testimony in the trial so far that you've sat through, there's been no evidence presented that Mr. Apodaca was in fact present in the garage when Miss Jennings was killed, correct? Yes or no, Detective?
Up to this point, no.
Okay. And
Can I re-clarify the question you asked before that? I feel like you misinterpreted my answer.
no, you can't.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's not how it works.
No worries.
Nothing personal. All right. Now, Isaac did disclose to you that he has severe pre-existing personal trauma regarding violent deaths from.
Yes, he did mention something like that.
Okay. And he told you that he previously witnessed his friends essentially brains being blown out right in front of him while sitting in a car, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And he explained that an event like that essentially left him super traumatized, correct?
Yes, he stated that.
Okay. Now you would agree that, panic attack and passing out in a police car are consistent with a severe trauma response, correct?
To clarify, generally speaking, would I agree?
Yes.
Yep, generally speaking, that could be an indication, sure.
Okay. And that could be consistent with severe trauma instead of a consciousness of guilt, correct?
Can you say the question again?
I mean, a panic attack and passing out in a police car are consistent with a severe trauma response and not a consciousness of guilt of any sort, correct?
I would need more context to answer the question.
Okay. Basically, Detective, he could have an adverse reaction to severe trauma that can affect his ability to properly communicate with you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, 702.
Counsel approach.
That the night before the incident, Kiara was acting highly volatile and violent towards him, correct?
I don't remember the exact language that he used. No.
Okay. Now you stated also that Kiara was bringing up past instances involving other women out of jealousy, correct?
Yes, correct. I remember that.
Okay. Isaac described Kiara actively threatening him with multiple weapons, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and that would include a butterfly knife, correct?
Yes, correct.
A dagger,
Yes.
a sword?
Yes, I believe he said she was swinging around a sword.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And in regards to swinging a sword, he told you that Kiara swung a sword at him and actually nicked him in the arm, correct?
I don't remember if he said she nicked him in the arm. I do remember the part of him allegedly saying she was swinging around a sword.
Okay, and he told you that Kiara dragged a dagger across his face to see if he was scared, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Isaac explicitly identified that all three of these weapons, the butterfly knife, the sword, and the dagger, belonged to Kiara, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe approach real quick, Your Honor?
Come on up.
Okay. Detective Isaac also provided information about a past violent incident in 2017 involving Kiara and the victim Grace, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Okay. And Isaac told you that throughout the early morning hours, from I think it was roughly 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., Kiara was repeatedly poking something sharp into his lower back.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And he estimated that she poked him about 15 times, correct?
I don't remember the quantity.
Okay. And then he said in a kind of a very sad and upset tone of voice, he kind of stated that he had begged her to stop because it was hurting him, correct?
I don't remember the tone of voice, but I do believe he mentioned that he asked her to stop.
Okay. And he even offered, he even showed you his back during the interview because it was incredibly sore, correct?
He did show me his back, yes.
Okay. Isaac has explained that Kiara had ordered him and Grace to leave the property at approximately 8:30 a.m., correct, Detective?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. He explained that the delay in leaving was because he was packing his belongings, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And that he was trying to secure a ride from his mother, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the residence, or the detached garage, the abode, whatever you want to call it, that day, there were packed bags, correct? Suitcases or luggage, essentially bags that were packed up with clothes?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's concerning, Detective. So did you go through everything?
Objection, Your Honor.
Restate your question.
We'll do that. You did not go through everything in that residence, correct? After the crime?
I did not process the scene, no.
Okay. Your agents did not go through everything.
That'd be a better question for them.
You're the case agent, Detective, are you not?
I am the case agent.
Okay. So you oversee what your agents do as part of their investigation, correct?
Correct, within reason.
Okay. That's why you're allowed to sit here throughout the entire trial and witness everyone's testimony, correct?
What's your question?
Question is, did your investigation, the investigation that you managed, did you go through everything in that residence?
Everything of evidentiary value, yes.
How do you know what is of evidentiary value and what is not, Detective?
Based off the information that we have at the time, we are able to obtain search warrants and collect things that we know to be evidence. We cannot collect things that we do not know are evidence and come to light later on.
Safe to say that residence is a pretty big mess, right?
Your Honor, can defense just clarify whether, when they're saying residence, do they
The
mean
detached garage.
or the garage?
The detached garage.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
It's safe to say that detached garage was a pretty big mess, correct?
Yes, it was in a state of a mess.
Okay. At that point, when you enter a crime scene, or when you're conducting an investigation and you enter a crime scene, you don't know what is of evidentiary value and what is not of evidentiary value, correct, Detective?
No, that's not correct.
So just by walking in, you can observe, oh, that's of evidentiary value, that's not of evidentiary value. How do you know what's packed in a bag and what's not?
Well, based on the information, the facts you have at the time, you obtain your search warrant. So some things are of obvious evidentiary value. For example, the bloody sword, things like that.
Okay, so what's in plain sight, for lack of, it sounds like a term of art, but for lack of a better phrase, you are just basing your observations or what you believe is evidentiary value based on your general plain sight observations of the detached garage.
No, it's not just that. It's a multitude of things.
Okay, but shouldn't you be going through everything in that residence when you're investigating a crime scene where it appears that somebody has been stabbed to death multiple times?
Yes.
Okay, and that was not done here, correct?
That's not correct. The scene was processed and everything was gone through, to my understanding.
But you're saying you don't know about Isaac's luggage that was packed up there in the residence?
I don't know about that. I don't have first knowledge of that.
Okay. Isaac had also stated that when when Isaac returned, Kiara immediately smiled and stated, I did it, correct?
Yes, he did state that.
Okay. Now, Mr. Apodaca said that he had used the restroom for approximately 30 seconds, possibly?
Yes, he's very specific on the time.
Okay, he may not have remembered how much time had lapsed, correct, during the pretty traumatic situation?
Can you say the question again?
You know, if you remember, actually, let me move on to the next one. You told Mr. Apodaca that you don't think that this happened in 30 seconds to 2 minutes, correct?
Correct, I did tell him that.
Okay. And you were referring to the injuries that you observed at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you've been listening again to the testimony here at trial, and you heard the testimony of the OMI, correct?
Yes, I did.
The OMI witness, and said it likely could have happened in about 2 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was this again a tactic to try to elicit information or to trip Isaac up when you were interviewing him as you would characterize it?
No, it
Or
was not
interrogating as I would? Okay. Basically, you told him that I don't think that it happened in 30 seconds to 2 minutes.
I did tell him that, yes.
Okay. And you didn't conduct any independent forensic analysis to determine the actual duration of the attack, correct?
But personally, myself, no.
No, okay. In fact, you did not have the blood that was discovered, or your team did not have the blood that was discovered on the door to the house tested for DNA, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. You didn't, and again, there was a lot of stuff all over the place in the house and the garage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you just basically didn't think it would be important to search everything?
No, I would not say that.
But you did not search, or your team did not search everything, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by search everything?
Go through every bit of potential evidence that is in that detached garage or in the house.
My understanding, sir, is a search warrant was obtained to search for a specific set of items, and the entire area that was to be searched for, outlined in the search warrant, the entire area was searched for all those items of evidence, and all those items of evidence were obtained.
Okay. And Isaac had told you his mom was going to pick him up, correct?
Yes.
After he had packed his bags? Detective, Mr. Apodaca told you that some of the messages were not sent by him, but by Ms. McCulley using his account from a second phone, correct?
Yes, he did say that.
Okay. You didn't examine, or you did not extract anything from the second phone that you seized, correct?
There was no extraction report created on that phone.
Okay, but you did locate that second phone, correct?
Yes, the phone was located and extraction was attempted, but there was no data on that phone.
So you basically didn't do an extraction on that phone?
No, if you heard what I said, an extraction was done on that phone. There was no data recovered during the extraction of that
Okay,
phone.
and that is a product of the extraction report, or was a proper extraction done on that phone?
From what I was told from the individual that conducted the extraction was that there was no data on the phone because
Without going into what other people are saying or whatever, you did not ascertain anything from that extraction, correct?
nothing was recovered from that extraction of that phone.
Okay. And you didn't take any steps to verify whether the messages were actually sent by Mr. Apodaca or by somebody else, correct?
Can you state the question again?
You didn't take any steps to verify whether the messages that you were investigating at that point were actually sent by Mr. Apodaca or whether it was sent by somebody else?
No, it's false. I did take steps.
Okay. But at that point, you basically confronted Isaac and said that he sent those messages, correct?
What point are you referring to?
During the interrogation or interview, towards the end of it.
Can you say the question again?
I mean, you basically, and Detective, I mean, I'm not sure if you're not properly understanding what I'm trying to ask, but I mean, I'm asking you the questions and you keep asking me questions back. I don't know if that's a tactic.
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up.
So, Detective, during your review of you reviewed the Facebook messages, correct?
Yes, I did review the Facebook messages.
And you saw that Kiara McCulley was trying to provoke an aggressive reaction from Mr. Apodaca, correct?
I would have to know at what point in time you're referring to during the messages.
Well, she made a statement, bring out your Hulk side, correct?
Correct. She did make that statement. Okay.
She told him, feel the anger from that night, use it on her, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca also complains about physical distress throughout the string of messages, correct?
Again, I'd have to know exactly what messages you're referring to, what context, and at what point.
Okay. Now, let's go into the situation after the fact when Mr. Apodaca returned to the garage after using the restroom. He found the victim already deceased, Ms. Jennings, correct?
According to his statement.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Apodaca went to a nearby commercial business, AP Wireless, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He contacted his mother to ensure law enforcement was dispatched to the scene, correct?
He contacted his mother, yes.
Okay. And he voluntarily waited at AP Wireless for your officers to arrive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the moment you asked for access to his phone to understand what had happened, he signed a complete electronic consent waiver without hesitation, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. 1 second. And Detective, just to reiterate, Isaac had no blood on him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He had no cuts on his hands?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. And he had no blood on his clothes, correct?
No.
Okay. And the defendant was always free to end the interview and just walk out, correct?
Not for the entire time of the interview, no.
But towards the beginning, he didn't have to be there. He could have just left.
That's correct.
And he stuck around.
Yes.
And he was cooperative. He answered all your questions, yes or no, Detective?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Redirect. Come on up.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Okay. So I want to start by talking about the messages. You were asked on cross about whether or not you took steps to verify that the messages were sent by Mr. Apodaca. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So prior to receiving permission to open Isaac's phone and reviewing those messages with him, did you know what those messages were going to be?
No, I had no idea.
Okay. And when you reviewed those messages with Isaac, I'm not going to ask you to reiterate which portions it's on the video, but did he acknowledge or deny that some of the messages were him?
Yes, he acknowledged that some of the beginning messages were him, and then there was a period of time where he outlines a select series of messages were not him, that allegedly Kiara was using another phone within the garage to message herself. And then when we go back higher up in the timeline of the messages, he does state in the interview that those messages are him sending them. Furthermore, when we examined his phone in the Cellbrite report.
We'll get to the phone examination. Let's just stick with the
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We'll just stick with the interview for now. After denying that some of those messages were his, did that statement change later in your interview?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and can you explain that?
Later on in the interview, I asked him again if he sent those messages and if he meant what they said, and he agreed.
Going then after your interview with Mr. Apodaca, what if anything, did you do to cross-corroborate that Isaac Apodaca's phone was utilized to send those messages?
Yeah, so after I filed the search warrants for Facebook returns, cell phone data, and received all those reports that we have already displayed here, I did notice, especially in some of those messages that he had referenced, was allegedly Kiara messaging Kiara, that the time difference between them was sometimes a second between each one. The messages were sent back and forth very quickly, which indicated to me from an investigative standpoint that it was not Kiara messaging Kiara.
And speaking of the Facebook warrant returns, you mentioned that you executed Facebook warrants for both Kiara's account and Isaac's account. Is that correct? Or for the null void account?
Correct.
Okay. And when you had the Celebrite extraction done, what were you able to observe in the Celebrite extraction as it relates to the use of the Facebook Messenger app off of Isaac's phone?
I'm sorry, it was slipping my mind for a minute, but the IP addresses for the phones indicated that the phones or the users that were using them was Kiara and Isaac.
And then referencing State's Exhibit 88 here in my hand, it's been previously admitted as the log entries for the use of the Facebook Messenger app. When you reviewed this, what did you see in this log entries of the use of the Facebook Messenger app from Isaac Apodaca's extraction?
Can I reference the document?
Sure, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Can I approach?
Yes.
ask you to review it. I'll take it back and then I will re-ask my question.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it did.
So having reviewed Exhibit 88, the log entries from the extraction of Apodaca's phone, based on the Celebrite extraction that you obtained, what did you observe as it relates to the use of the Facebook Messenger app during the relevant time period, October 28th to October 29th, on Isaac Apodaca's cell phone?
The Facebook record indicates that he sent a series of messages throughout the night, and then it shows and is collaborated with the Celebrite report that he uses the Facebook call feature to contact his mother, and then calls his mother through the actual line to her actual line.
You were asked on cross about, there was a reference to the defendant passing out in the back of a police car. In the course of your investigation, did you determine whether Isaac Apodaca had passed out in the course of, in the back of a police car?
No, I never was told anything about that, nor do I have any knowledge of that.
When you were asked about Isaac's demeanor and mental state during his interview, and at one point, Isaac Apodaca did appear to cry. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. During your second interview, the portion where you review the text messages with him, did Isaac Apodaca cry during that portion?
No, his demeanor, no.
Okay. What was his demeanor during that portion, the second portion of the interview, and the third portion?
Calm. He didn't seem to have anxiety during that portion of the interview when I was asking those questions.
Okay. At any point, did you in fact lie to Isaac Apodaca?
No.
In conducting your interview with Isaac Apodaca, what was your goal?
My goal is to find the truth, to find out what happened in that garage, and I stated that several times throughout the interview. I wanted as much information as possible, as much truthful information as possible about what happened to Miss Grace Jennings.
Did the discovery of those, what, if any, impact did the discovery of those text messages have on your investigation? Or, sorry, I keep saying text messages. The Facebook Messenger messages and text messages. What, if any, impact did those have on the investigation? Well,
in the short term, in the scope of the interview, it altered Mr. Apodaca from being potentially just a witness to a suspect, resulted in us charging him that day. And it gave me some more insight when I proceeded into my investigation with Ms. Kiara McCulley.
Thank you. A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness out of abundance of caution.
Okay.
This concludes today's proceedings in State of New Mexico versus Isaac Apodaca. The trial continues as both the prosecution and the defense present evidence, question witnesses, and make their arguments before the court. The case has not reached a final verdict, and Isaac Apodaca remains presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Stay tuned for continued coverage of the proceedings and future trial updates.